1, 2.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Non-Strategic Planning Committee on the 2nd of July. I will now start with item 1, apologies for absence and notification of substitute members.
Thank you, Chair. We have apologies from Councillor Rebecca Breese, Councillor Adrian Cartwright, Councillor Alex McMurtry, Councillor Daniel Rainbird and Councillor Zoe Smith. And substitutes, we have Councillor Sally Keeble, Councillor Adrian Little, Councillor Scott Packer, with Councillor David Smith and Councillor Laura Weston. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Item 2, declarations of interest. Do any of the members of the committee have any declarations of interest in any of the items under consideration at this meeting? Councillor Keeble.
Yeah, Chair. I just want to say that I live close to one of the sites which is under discussion. However, it's not in my ward, either where I live or that I represent. It is just very close. But I will take part in the committee and my comments will obviously be strictly on planning grounds.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Furman.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd just like to say item 11, purely for transparency, and that's all. It's just that my daughter used to work at Whittleby Golf Club.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Smith, do you want to add something?
Yes, the Whittleby application, I do know the applicant, but by virtue of the fact it's in my ward.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Beryl.
Thank you, Chair. Unfortunately, I will have to leave this committee approximately 6 p.m. due to other arrangements.
Okay, thank you. Now moving on to item 3, the minutes. Do we confirm the minutes of the meeting of the committee held on the 18th of June as a correct record? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Item 4, Chair's announcements. Members of the public are permitted to film, broadcast and report on the meeting, subject to the efficient running of the meeting not being affected. Only those people who have registered in line with the committee's speaking procedure may address the committee. Members of the public are requested not to call out during the committee's discussion on any item. Anybody who repeatedly disrupts the meeting may be asked to leave. All speakers will have 5 minutes in which to make their statements, except where chair's discretion has been applied, and are asked to remain seated after they have addressed the committee to answer any questions the committee may have. This meeting is being webcast on a council's corporate YouTube channel. Therefore, when speaking, please speak clearly and concisely into the microphone. There are no planned fire drills, so if the fire alarm does sound, evacuation instructions will be given by Democratic Services. Please ensure that any devices are switched off or onto silent mode. For the benefit of the public watching remotely, I will now introduce the top table, starting at my furthest right.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name's Sian Webb. I'm Principal Planning and Highway Solicitor. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Richard Woods, Democratic Services.
Councillor John East, Chair of the committee.
Simon Ellis, Head of Development Management.
Sean Phillips, Principal Planning Officer.
Nathan Lau, Team Leader within Development Management.
Thank you. Item 5, proposed pre-committee site visits. There are no proposed pre-committee site visits ahead of our next meeting on the 6th of August. Item 6, Overston Hall. Before I hand over to the case officer, I'll pass over to Richard for explanation of the voting.
Thank you, Chair. For expediency, more than anything, items 6 and 7 will be taken together in one presentation. However, there will be 2 votes at the end of the item. There will be 1 vote for 2025 0710 MAF. Apologies, 0711 MAF, and there will be a separate vote for 2025 0712 LBC for the listed building consent, and then item 8, 2025 0710 MAF will be taken as a separate item entirely. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I understand also with the speaking, because each speaker is registered for both of these, will have 5 minutes each for each item. Okay, so now I'll hand over to the case officer, John Phillips, to begin the presentation.
Thank you, Chairman. Just want to draw members' attention to late representations from the West Northants Highway Authority. They've just confirmed their objections to the application still. The application site encompasses Overston Hall and its immediate associated gardens. Overston Hall was listed as a Grade 2 listed building in 1983 in recognition of its national significance as a building of special architectural and historical interest. Within the wider former parklands, a number of residential properties. And these also include Overston Park Golf Course to the south, and which also to the west. Overston Park School itself adjoins the east boundaries and open pasture lands to the north. There's a large man-made lake to the west. Overston Hall itself is a mid-19th century country house situated to the south of Overston village, originally set within extensive parklands, which now survives in remnant form. The hall is approached from the north along a private tree-lined drive, and the trees along the driveway and many of those around the house are within the gardens of the farmer parkland are protected by a tree preservation order. The Grade 2 listed Church of St Nicholas lies within the Grace Fields of the former parkland on the western side of the drive. The large designed lake survives as a major feature of the park, and the land to the south and southwest of the hall is laid out as a golf course. There's a private school of Overston Park School immediately to the southeast of the hall, and a private dwelling that was constructed in the 1980s immediately to the south. All of these are situated within the former walled garden of the hall. The Grade 2 former listed stables to the southeast, and this is a very ornate arranged building within around a square courtyard, which has been subdivided into a number of privately owned apartments. The application seeks the part restoration of Overston Hall to create 19 apartments. The application originally sought the provision of further rooms within the roof space with the introduction of dormers in the roof. Following discussions with officers, these have been removed from the proposed scheme, and the current scheme for consideration now proposes the 19 apartments to be accommodated within the ground floor, first and second floor of the restored hall. Here you'll see a picture, an historical picture of the hall from the western elevation. This is the entrance from Sidewell Road, and this is St Nicholas Church, which I spoke of earlier, which lies to the western side of the driveway. This is the approach from Sidewell Road, and you can see in the second photograph, as you come along the drive, which is quite narrow at the present, Overston Hall to the rear. These are the other buildings which form part of the former parkland. You've got Pytchley Gates, which is served off Sidewell Road. And these are the dwellings to the south and to the east, which we spoke of earlier. Regards to the proposal, the north and west and return east facades of the main hall, including the western and southern towers, identified as elements to be retained and repaired. The interior walls of the main hall behind these retained facades are proposed to be demolished. Behind the facades to be restored, a new independent structural frame will be constructed to support new concrete floors and a new steel and timber roof. The remainder of the east elevation service wing, the 1930s refectory extension structures within the service yard are to be demolished. The metal fire escape remaining from the hall's previous former institutional use will also be removed. This is the northern facade, which demonstrates the elements to be retained and the sections to be removed. Those who attended the site visit would have seen this on their approach. This forms the eastern elevation, and the remainder on the east elevation, as I said, and the service wing, together with refectory extension and the structure within that service yard are to be demolished. The south wing itself is to be replaced with a new building, and the new infill building in place of the south wing is to be constructed of buff-coloured bricks with new cast stone banding and cornices. The new fenestration of this replacement building is to be constructed of bronze-coloured powder-coated aluminium frames with portions and subdivisions similar to that on the existing retained facade. As I spoke of earlier, this is mainly the eastern facade. You can see larger portions of that facade being demolished. This is the infill section which we spoke of. This gives an indication of the type of materials that are proposed. Please omit the dormers because these have now been removed from the proposal. Above the retained and new facades, there will be a replacement roof of natural slate that poses the perimeter of the building itself. The roof structure will be supporting the new steel internal frame rather than external walls, and it's now intended to salvage 3 chimneys from the fire-damaged Dorcas wing, which form part of the southern wing. That is to be demolished and to reposition them on the former chimneys places on the northern range of the main hall. In addition to the major work to the hall, the conservation repair of the terrace gardens proposed, and the scheme encompasses the restoration of external listed structures. Restoration of the terrace along the west front of the hall includes the Grade 2 listed structures as follows: the terrace wall balustrades and steps situated 10 metres to the west, flights of steps situated 20 metres to the southwest, terrace wall and gate situated approximately 40 metres to the west, and a flight of steps situated 20 metres to the northwest. The lawns to the terrace and the grass verges to the perimeter building will be reinstated to provide shared amenity space for residents, and the former footpaths that have become overgrown will be reinstated in self-binding gravel. To accommodate the use of the restored hall, additional works are proposed to include widening of the existing private driveway, widening the existing adopted road from Sywell Road, provision of a footway, construction of a foul water pumping station, provision of attenuation basin, removal of the dilapidated boiler house swimming pool base, the provision of the widening of the adopted road, and provision of necessary footway, which will necessitate the agreement from West Northants Local Highway Authority. There is a corresponding listed building application which is being considered alongside this application, and that considers the impacts and merits of the proposal of the park restoration and new build to the main hall itself, together with any of the listed structures within it. The restoration application considers the wider planning issues which are relevant to the application, in addition to those works which require listed building consent. You'll see from the pack of reports that there's a third application which details and considers the extent of the development which will be required to financially enable the works that set out within the restoration and the listed building applications. This is the part of the eastern facade that will be retained. You can see from the southern facade, a large proportion of it will be demolished. This shows the infill facade that will be constructed. These are the different towers, the two towers that will be retained. And again, they're materials which give an indication of the infill facade and how it will look against the facades which will be to retained and restored. This is the western facade, which is primarily to be retained and restored. You can see from the layout there that many of the internal walls, or all of the internal walls, will be removed as part of the proposal. And the red indicates areas which will be demolished as part of the restoration. This is the roof plan, and there are a large number of PVs proposed on the roof plan. Which just gives an indication of the type of materials that are proposing to be used. The site does lie outside the confines of the village and in the open countryside, where there's a presumption against new residential development, unless it reuses a redundant or disused building that would lead to an enhancement to its immediate setting, or would be the optimum viable use of the heritage asset. Let's also consider the impacts as a whole in considering whether a proposal would demonstrate that either of those circumstances would be met. I don't intend to paraphrase the content of the whole report. We could be here for some time, but I do wish to draw upon the main concerns. In relation to heritage, development plan policies seek to ensure that great weight is afforded to the conservation of heritage assets, with greater weight to be attached to the designated assets. For designated assets which are protected by legislation, the aim will be to avoid or minimise harm to their significance and to look for opportunities to enhance or better reveal their significance. In determining applications, local planning authorities should take account of the desirability of sustaining and enhancing the significance of heritage assets and putting them to viable uses consistent with their conservation. the positive contribution that conservation of heritage assets can make to sustainable communities, include their economic viability, and the desirability of new developments making a positive contribution to character and local distinctiveness. Policies advise that any harm to a designated heritage asset would result from a proposal requires clear and convincing justification. In circumstances where proposal would lead to substantial harm to the designated heritage asset, such proposals should be judged against the tests in the NPPF. These tests that advise that any harm to or the loss of significance to a designated asset from its alteration, its destruction, or from development within its settings should require clear and convincing justification. Substantial harm to or loss of Grade 2 listed buildings or their registered parks and gardens should be exceptional. Where proposed development would lead to substantial harm to a designated heritage asset, local planning authorities should refuse consent unless it can be demonstrated that the substantial harm or the loss is necessary to achieve substantial benefits that outweigh that loss, or all of the following will apply. The nature of the heritage asset prevents all reasonable uses of the site. There is no viable use of the heritage asset itself can be found in the medium term through appropriate marketing or that will enable its conservation. The conservation by grant funding or public form of not-to-profit or public ownership is demonstrably not possible, and the harm or loss is outweighed by the benefit of bringing the site back in use. A number of documents have been submitted in support of the application, and to further inform, provide verification of submitted documents, WNC have appointed Ove Arup Partners to provide an independent review of the documents relating to the existing structure following an accompanied site visit. The independent review forms the first steps in understanding the current structural condition of the different parts of the hall, the level of intervention required for its restoration, and whether demolition would be justified in regard to its condition and the impact on the significance of the asset itself. It would allow an understanding as to whether or not the proposed methods of restoration could be realistically employed, as unrealistic methods may result in more harmful impacts on the remaining fabric of the building and increase the costs involved with restoration. A draft Overston FSPD was produced by the former Daventry District Council in March 2021, and this document has been subject to public consultation, is available on the West Northants website, and consequently can be given some weight in its formal adoption. The document describes the key features of significance as being derived from its architectural, historical, and artistic interest. The parkland forms part of the setting of the Overston Hall, and its contribution to its significance is set out within this document. The current approach to the restoration of Overston Hall for part restoration, part retention of the facades of the north wing, with a new structural steel framework and floors behind a new internal layout, no restoration of the historic interiors, changes to and omission of key architectural features of the original building, demolition of the south wing and its replacement with a new building, and conservation repair of the gardens would result in substantial harm to the existing heritage asset. The comments received from the heritage team advise that the combination of all these works that will be delivered will be substantially less than those delivered in the full restoration in 2019. The latter part of the NPPF, paragraph 207, requires that the submission of details are proportionate to the asset's importance and are sufficient to understand the potential of the proposal on their significance. The comments from the heritage team advise that the heritage impact assessment, which has been submitted, does not contain sufficient detail to understand the potential impacts of the proposal on the significance of the heritage assets. Equally, the Ove Arup independent report, advised that it is not yet clear from the information provided that the proposed extent of demolition represents the only appropriate structural response from a technical and conservation perspective. The applicant's response provides an explanation that the proposed restoration has been determined by the possible level of enabling development. It does not provide information sufficient to understand the potential impact on the proposal on the significance of the heritage asset itself. The comments received from the heritage team advise that we are not convinced that this approach would sustain, reinforce, or reveal sufficient heritage value. And these concerns regarding the approach are strongly echoed within the comments from the Historic Building and Places and the Victorian Society. Notwithstanding the absence of such information, the impact of the proposal and the level of harm to the heritage asset that would arise has been assessed by the heritage team and is advised as follows. The proposals themselves will result in further loss of fabric, architectural features, and archaeological evidence of the hall as a result of proposed demolition. Loss of the entire internal floor plan of the hall and the legibility of the original design, function, and hierarchy of the rooms and spaces. Changes to principal facades and roofs as a result of the incomplete restoration of key original architectural features, the introduction of new features. Impact of construction on the proposed replacement building for the demolished south wing, an impact on the construction of new built form, including roads, passing bays, car parking, and associated development on approach to the hall, its landscape, the trees, the design features and views over the hall, which contribute to its significance, would be compromised. Cumulatively, all of these would result in substantial harm. Overall, officers consider that the proposed approach to the restoration of Overston Hall will result in substantial further loss of historic fabric, and as we said, would not reveal or sustain or heritage value. The proposed works in terms of the alteration and demolition of the hall would cause a high level of harm and result in the loss of significance of the designated heritage assets. The proposed location, layout, scale and massing of the proposed development in the immediate curtilage and the proposed parkland setting of Overston Hall would cause a high level of harm to both the hall itself but also to the setting. In regards to the test set out with the NPPF, officers recognise that the development in the current application has the potential to deliver the following benefits. It would address priority repairs to stabilise the surviving facades and minimise the risk of further loss of historic fabric to the heritage asset. It would secure authentic repair and part restoration to some key architectural elements and features of the principal facades, including the salvage of 3 chimneys from the fire-damaged Dorcas wing that is to be demolished and to reconstruct them in the northern range. It finds a future use to secure the hall, and the restoration of the 19th century gardens, the terrace walls and gates and balustrades would be a positive contribution to Overston Hall. There'll be a provision of public access to parts of the parkland landscape through provision of public open space, and this would enhance the appreciation and enjoyment of the hall with social benefits to the wider community. The contribution of 19 dwellings would, of course, add to the 5-year land supply, and economic contributions during the restoration and construction works are part of those benefits. However, the restoration of the hall alone would not achieve a viable use of the heritage asset. Overall, it's considered the public benefits that could potentially be delivered by the restoration scheme would not be sufficient to outweigh the substantial harm that has been identified tonight. To that end, the proposal would fail to meet the tests as set out in the NPPF. Further to the heritage assets, there are also outstanding highway concerns. Development plan policies set out the requirement for new developments to mitigate its effects on the highway, and the need to ensure that accessibility to services and facilities is fully considered in determining sites for housing development. These policies also require that the layout and access also blend well to ensure that the developments become well-designed proposals. These development plan policies are supported by NPPF paragraphs 1.15, which amongst other design objectives advise that proposals should seek to ensure safe and suitable access to the site for all users can be achieved. The application proposes to remodel the existing vehicle access onto Sywell Road. The access road will be widened to 5.5 metres with 2x2 footways. After Overston Parish Church, a gated access is proposed to the private 4.8 metre shared use carriageway, and the proposals will include footway connections to existing provision on the northern side of Sywell Road, incorporating dropped curbs and tactile paving. The site access will be widened into the curb shed number 55 to meet residential standards with visibility displays. Parking provision has been set out in accordance with the Northamptonshire parking standards. The application has been supported by a transport assessment and travel plan, and these have been subject to consideration and consultation by the WNC Highway Authority. You'll see from the comments that there are a number of outstanding objections, and these comments and objections relate to the existing traffic flows, bus service provision, that's accessed by all modes of transport, the development proposals themselves, traffic generation, distribution and impact. As previously noted, there has been further information submitted to try and address these points, but the late representations have confirmed that these objections are still maintained by the local highway authority. There are further issues regarding ecology. Development plan policies state that development that will maintain and enhance existing designations and assets or deliver a net gain biodiversity will be supported. Development that has the potential to harm sites of ecological importance will be subject to ecological assessment and are required to demonstrate the methods used to conserve biodiversity in design and construction and operation, how habitat conservation, enhancement and creation can be achieved through linking habitats, and how designated sites, protected species and protected habitats will be safeguarded. All proposals that are likely to affect biodiversity are expected to assess their impact through ecological assessments and to include details of mitigation or compensation where harm would be caused. The level of detail of assessment will be proportionate to the significance of the asset and scale of the proposals. If significant harm cannot firstly be avoided, adequately mitigated, or as a last resort compensated for, or should lead to the loss or deterioration of irreplaceable habitats, then development will not be permitted. Members will be aware that with the introduction of biodiversity net gain, applicants are required to ensure that that habitats or wildlife are left in a measurably better place and state than before development began. In support of this proposal, a preliminary ecological proposal has been submitted together with statutory biodiversity met calculations. And again, these documents have been subject to consultation with WNC ecology officers. The comments received identified their remaining outstanding ecological information, and this is required prior to determination, but is yet to be submitted for consideration. It's important to recognise that Parkland of Overston comprises the habitat of principal importance, wood pasture and parkland, and may meet the criteria for irreplaceable habitats. In regard to the comments which were submitted by WNC ecological advisors, is considered the matters of ecology and biodiversity have not been satisfactorily addressed. The purpose of the planning system is to contribute to the achievement of sustainable development, including the provision of homes, commercial development, and supporting infrastructure in a sustainable manner. The NPPF states that achieving sustainable development means that the planning system has three overarching objectives: economic, social, and environmental, which are interdependent and need to be pursued mutually in supportive ways. Presumption in favour of sustainable development is echoed within development plan policies, advise that for decision taking, this means approving planning applications that are in accordance with the development plan without delay. Where the plan is absent, silent, or relevant plans are out of date, applications should be approved unless the adverse impacts of doing so will significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the policies in the NPPF as a whole. Officers recognise that the council cannot demonstrate a 5-year land supply. However, the relevant policies which are reflected in the NPPF policies should not be ignored and should still carry some weight. The tilted balance, which will substantially be used to determine the application, as none not being able to in circumstances where the council is not able to demonstrate a 5-year land supply. In this case, it's considered that policies relating to sustainable development, heritage, landscape, amenity, ecology, pollution control, traffic and transport, which seek to ensure sustainable, well-designed places, remain to have some weight in considering the tilted balance. The report before members tonight has demonstrated the proposal for restoration will result in substantial harm to the heritage asset of Overston Hall and its setting. In accordance with the tests set out in the NPPF, the harm has been weighed against the public benefits, and officers considered that these benefits would not outweigh the harm identified. There are a number of outstanding concerns relating to highways and traffic, and until such additional information is submitted for considerations, officers cannot be satisfied that the proposal would ensure safe and suitable access for all users is achieved. The matter of ecology remains to be satisfactorily addressed, and no information has been provided to demonstrate whether significant impacts to biodiversity can be avoided, mitigated, or compensated, or whether the proposed development would result in the loss of deterioration of irreplaceable habitats. It is noted that the presumption in favour of sustainable development does not apply where the plan or projects like to have significant effects of habitats and sites. In regard to all these considerations, officers believe that the adverse impacts of approving this application would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the policies of the NPPF as a whole and the development plan policies which seek to secure sustainable, well-designed places. And to that end, sustainable development as set out within the NPPF and development plan will not be achieved by the current proposal, and officers are therefore recommending the application be refused for the reasons cited in the report. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee at this stage? Councillor Packer.
Thank you, Chair. If this scheme is refused, what realistic prospect is there of the hall being restored in any way, shape or form?
I don't think I could possibly answer that question. I think it is down to the developers to investigate and explore what alternatives are achievable, but it's not something we could make any promises with. Nevertheless, officers are here to work with the applicant should they wish to see if an alternative is achievable.
Councillor Ware.
Thank you, Chair. John, could you help me with a couple of dates? On page 64 of your report, it talks about the LPA producing a plan, which hasn't been in the public domain, but has been provided to the applicant. Could you tell me what date that plan was drawn up, please?
The 2023.
Yeah, but specifically when in
I
2023?
can't give you specifically when that was drawn up, I'm afraid. Where are we?
So it's not we're not able to ascertain whether this was before the second fire or after the second fire.
I do have our heritage experts here who may be able to provide a bit more clarification on that point.
Thank you. That would be good. I'll leave that one with you. My second date question is around the Blackett Ord survey. Again, could you clarify, was this updated from the 2017 report that your report talks about?
I believe it was updated in 2024.
Thank you, John.
Councillor Keeble.
Thank you. You mentioned that there was a balance between the harms done to the heritage and of having the development with the benefits it would be gained. But from the pictures you've shown, the building's obviously in incredibly poor state with 2 very substantial fires. And although it's withstood time so far, there must be a real risk that the building could actually fall down or could become impossible to save. What do you think the balance of risks are in terms of actually having a development that saves some element of it? It might not be a lot, but it's some element of it, and risking leaving it for more years, completely derelict as it's been for a while. And having it deteriorate beyond the point where anything could be salvaged at all.
I think that is one of the areas which officers have a conflict with the applicant. You'll hear that I mentioned earlier that the first point of understanding is understanding the condition of the building itself and understanding the key whether or not structural elements can be or should be restored or retained. And the information which has been submitted by the applicants has been subject to an independent review, and that independent review advised that further information was required in order to establish what the situation was.
Yep.
One of the other things, because it must also surely depend a lot on what's left in the building. The 2 fires did a lot of destruction of the interior, but even before then, it was being used as part of it was being used as a care home, part of it as a boarding school, I think, for quite a while, wasn't it? How much alteration had been done to the interior even before the fires, and how much of the heritage was actually left to salvage even before the fires, given there must have been a lot of changes to architectural features in the interior?
I think, notwithstanding what architectural features may have changed during the previous uses, we still have to understand that the building itself is still a listed structure, and all the elements internally and externally would have been listed.
Can I just come back on that? There's a few points. I understand that part of the listing was because it was one of the first examples of cavity walls, which, I completely understand that that's an important architectural point, but it might not be quite the point that people think it is when they think about a listed building. But the second thing is that if a listed building is subject to 2 very substantial fires, does it get reconsidered? Is there a reconsideration of the listing? Because if the listing was before the fires, it must be different to if the listing, if there's an assessment of what's left after the fires are over. So it's 2 points: one about the cavity walls, and one about whether there was reconsideration by I think it's English Heritage does the listing.
I think with regards to the cavity walls issue, I'll refer to my colleague. Heritage colleague.
So the cavity walls, it's an element of interest for the building, but it's not the principal reason for listing. So I think it's important not to pay too much attention to that. The building is listed for many other aspects of its architecture and historic interest. The cavity wall construction is a feature of that, but it's not the principal reason for listing.
I wonder if you could just say what the reasons were, because there's obviously a lot of, as I think everybody knows, there's a lot of historic criticism of the actual design of the building. So I wonder if you could just say what was the key elements of the listing.
So as an example of a country house, a relatively late country house, and it's the association between the architect, a fairly well-known architect, and the person who employed them to do the work. So you've got an historic association between a well-known local figure, and it's the architectural interest of the building, so the use of the different architectural styles, incorporation of those. Some people at the time criticised it. Obviously, later on during the listing, it's been recognised as an interesting combination of different architectural styles and approaches. Part of its interest is its external appearance, the envelope of the building, the architectural detailing, but equally the internal features of the building, the internal plan, the formal spaces, the entrance halls. Am I not?
Yep.
Sorry. Do I need to start again, or are you?
No, just continue.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, the internal spaces were also recognised as being of significance. Obviously, some of those elements have now been lost, but there is fairly good documentary evidence of those. And you've got the principal walls, the internal walls, the main structural walls still surviving that divide those rooms and internal spaces, and are still legible to some degree.
Could we just have the information as to whether there's any reassessment of the value of the listing, particularly in this instance, since it included there's the issue about the internal layout, obviously a lot of which has been lost.
Yeah, can I just add to that? Has the significance of its grade 2 listing been reduced in any way since the fires?
So yeah, again, if all the information that's been submitted, we would all agree that the fire, certainly the principal fire in 2001, had quite a devastating impact on the amount of fabric that has survived. But it has been concluded that the building retained significance after that fire, sufficient to justify its retention as a grade 2 listed building. Historic England, some years back, did a sort of reassessment of it, a light reassessment of it, when they were commenting on previous applications, and concluded that it was still worthy of its grade 2 listed status. I understand there has been a subsequent fire, which has obviously caused further damage, but as part of our assessments of the proposals, we've still tried to explain where the significance lies, and some of the plans that you've got in the committee report try and explain that, where the highest elements of significance are and where the lesser areas of significance are.
Councillor Packer.
Thank you. Just following on from Councillor Keebles' points, the report does state that the elements that make the highest contribution to the significance of the hall are the roof, parapets, pediments, lucernes, arches, finials, chimneys. These are to be retained, restored and replaced, yes, but the report basically concentrates on the loss of the internal fabric, which is obviously largely destroyed by fire. But if the greatest value of the hall is on the external elements, which are to be, as I said, retained, restored or replaced, then shouldn't we be concentrating on those elements?
I think through you, Chairman, when heritage officers are looking at the harm is not just to the key features, and yes, those certain elements are being restored and retained, but it's also how those elements are being restored and retained. So as part of the restoration scheme involves the demolition of the pretty much whole of the southern wing. And that's part of the restoration scheme. So yes, there are some features, but a key significant feature of the whole itself is the southern wing. And the only part of that's being retained is the Stalkers Tower.
Isn't the southern wing amber on the list of key features?
I would say that the southern wing itself is a key feature of the hall. It's of the hall and part of the interest of
That's
the
not the
hall.
report states, is it? It doesn't say it's the highest part of the value of the actual site.
I don't think the report says that any part of it doesn't set out a hierarchy of the different elements. It sets out the elements, the architectural features which are important, but that's not, and it will identify that they are of the most important. That's not to say that other elements are not equally of importance.
Do you have a list of the specifics on the internals of the fabric that you are wishing to keep?
We don't have a list of all the internal fabrics, no.
It's probably a question for the applicant.
Councillor Little.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to ask if there's any evidence that a less harmful proposal could be delivered but still be financially viable. I mean, has there been any evidence, other developers coming along and suggesting that this could be done?
There was an application for the full restoration before 2023 fire, which was an application which was approved for the restoration. However, there hasn't been any other applications or proposals submitted.
So, Chair.
Okay, carry on. Yep.
I mean, we've gone through 2 winters. Every winter will cause more significant damage to the structure and the fabric of the building. We're in a position now where if we don't do anything, it may get to the stage where the fabric of the building is so deteriorated that there's no chance of salvaging it. So I think we need to bear in mind that we have to weigh the damages caused to the existing fabric with the financial viability of this scheme.
Do you wish to come back on that at all? No? Okay. Any other questions? Councillor Furman.
Thank you. I do think most of them's been asked, but what's the ongoing assessment for risk of more deterioration against the level of this proposal? Because I can see it, there's been so much damage done. I'd like to see the front saved. And when on the site visit, I think you'll agree, we've seen all this masonry that's come off, and I'm worried for the public. So that was one thing. And the rest, I see a full restoration scheme was previously approved. Can you tell me what actually happened there? I think that was back in 2019, wasn't it?
There was a full restoration application approved, but subsequent to that, there hasn't been any works in order to safeguard the building for further deterioration.
Yeah, I think that's a big worry.
But that's not to say that, no, the applicant can't take action to do that. That's just that it hasn't been done.
Why did that not happen? Could I ask?
The restoration application, as with this application, was subject to an enabling development, and that enabling development application was refused or not determined, actually, because the legal agreement was not secured for it.
For the
enabling development.
Yeah, because the way I see it, that pays for the restoration. Yes.
Yes, it does.
It does, and that was refused, and so you refused at that time a full restoration.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, the restoration application was refused, so the works to the actual hall itself was approved, but the enabling development was refused.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Councillor Packer.
Thank you, Chair. What is the parkland you talk of currently used as? What protected ecology is there, and what specifically is irreplaceable?
Can I defer to my ecology colleague for that?
So the main issue in terms of ecology is that there was a preliminary ecological appraisal done, which identified a number of different surveys that needed to be done to assess the potential impact of the planning application. The results of those surveys have not been submitted to the council, so we don't have the information to determine what species are present there, what the potential impacts might be. In terms of the parkland, parkland is a priority habitat, a habitat of principal importance, which is there is a sort of requirement to sort of protect and enhance those areas, because the there's been a sort of manor house at Overstone for a very long time. It was and the first records of emparkment were 1255. So some of that parkland might be very, very old, sort of medieval in origin, which then means that it would fall under the category of ancient wood pasture and parkland, which is an irreplaceable habitat because it has been parkland for so long that it would be very difficult to recreate that habitat elsewhere. Again, that's something that we need more information on, whether it would fall within that category of irreplaceable habitat, but we haven't got that information from the applicant. So essentially the issue with ecology is a sort of lack of information.
Have you been to the site, just out of interest?
I haven't personally been to the site. Obviously, I've reviewed all the information that's available. But there is the potential for a lot of protected species to occur there.
So we have an objection from ecology, but no one from ecology has been to the site to have a look.
No, but it's not necessary to go to the site because it's on the applicant to provide the information relating to protected species. Their own ecologists advised that a whole suite of protected species surveys needed to be done to inform the application, and we haven't received that information.
Okay, because it's currently used as a cow field, isn't it? I mean, I'm not sure how much protected species are going to be present at the moment, but I'm not the expert. So,
just for the record, the hall itself has a lot of potential for bats. That's one of the sort of particular species of interest at the site.
can that not be mitigated with conditions?
We would need to have the information on what is actually present there first to determine what the level of impact might be and whether mitigation is appropriate in order to determine the application.
Any further questions from the committee? Councillor Furman?
Thank you. Could I just follow that up, please? I asked the officers on site where the ancient woodlands were, and they said, well, obviously not here. We tried to look. So when I got home, I then went through the maps. I'll be hand on heart, I did not go back to 1855. I went back to the early 1900s, and there was certainly no ancient woodlands by the hall. But I'd just like to tell you that fact. Thank you.
And it's not ancient woodland, it's ancient parkland and wood pasture. Parkland is essentially grassland with individual trees scattered around it, some of those being veteran, which there are veteran trees at that particular site.
But you did say 1855, didn't you? So it's just been a desktop
There are
survey.
1255.
Yeah.
Yeah, historic maps from a long time ago show it as being.
Thank you.
Councillor Smith?
Thank you, Chair. John, just on, so I'm late to the papers, so I was asked to come just a few hours before this meeting. But this sits completely in the Green Wedge, yes?
It does, yes.
Okay, so A and B3, yes.
It sits within the Green Wedge, and members should be aware that an appeal was recently dismissed at Overstone Park Golf Course, which sits immediately to the south, on the basis that it was opposing lodges within the Green Wedge.
And a few other planning applications, which we've seen recently in strategic planning as well. But yeah, thank you.
Councillor Keeble?
Thank you. Could I just ask a bit more about the Green Wedge and its importance given the very extensive development through Overstone and Syward, you know, from the from the main road, from the Kettering Road.
I believe that was the housing development there as part of an allocated site.
Councillor Packer?
Thank you, Chair. Can we just confirm the tilted balance is in effect and what that actually means, please?
The tilted balance doesn't come into play when there are ecological issues that still need to be addressed. Members need to be aware that notwithstanding whether there's ancient parkland or not, it still forms a priority habitat. And there is a mandatory requirement under the BNG legislation, which was introduced recently under Schedule 7A of the Town and Country Planning Act, which requires the developers to deliver a BNG. And for us to deliver a BNG, we must know what that baseline is to start off with. And there's insufficient information to date for us to establish what that baseline is.
Councillor Packer?
Does the NPPF specifically state developments that would normally be unacceptable may be justified if it is generally necessary to secure the future conservation of a heritage asset?
It generally states that in order that any public benefits, should any any harm arise, should be weighed against it.
And the public benefits of this scheme is?
We think I cited that in the report quite extensively, but I'm quite happy to recite them all again for you.
Councillor Ware?
Thank you, Chair. Could Chong or maybe Nathan remind me, Overston is classified as an other village settlement. Does Overston itself have any housing requirements in the draft local plan, please?
It doesn't have any housing requirements. What the policies do say in regards to Overston is that development outside its confines will not be supported unless it results in reuse or of redundant or disused buildings and where there would be an environmental improvement.
Any further questions from the committee? Councillor Little?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So, I mean, the officers accept that there's a conservation deficit exists. Now there's the viability appraisal which has been redacted. Have the officers reviewed that in an unredacted form?
I think I also mentioned earlier that officers haven't reviewed the viability assessment because the viability assessment does not form part of this proposal as such, but we can discuss that in the second application for the enabling development.
Councillor Packer?
I just want to come back to the benefits which I cited in the presentation. And I did say that in assessing the application, officers recognise that the development itself would have the potential to deliver a number of benefits. And this included addressing the priority repairs to stabilise the surviving facades and to minimise further risk or loss of the historic fabric to the heritage asset, to secure an authentic repair and part restoration of the key architectural elements and features of the principal facades, including the salvage of the 3 chimneys from the fire-damaged Dorcas wing. That is to be demolished and to reconstruct them on the position of on the northern range of the main hall. That it would find a new use to secure the future of the hall, and it would restore the listed structures within the parkland itself, provide public access to parts of the parkland through provision of public open space, and this in itself would enhance the appreciation and enjoyment of the hall with social benefits to the wider community, and the contribution of the 19 dwellings to the 5-year land supply, and economic benefits during the restoration and construction works.
Thank you. The draft Overston Hall SPD basically states that the application before us today may be the most realistic option. Do you not agree with this? it says that full restoration is very unlikely at this point, and
Full restoration.
partial facade restoration might be the best option.
I think what the consideration is, we can't consider what other alternatives may be available to us. We can only consider what's before us tonight. And what's before us tonight would, in officers' review, would result in substantial harm to the heritage asset itself.
Councillor Little.
Without the restoration, I mean, how quickly would this structure deteriorate to the point where it loses its listed status, falls into disrepair, and becomes completely uneconomical to restore?
I don't believe that's a question I can answer in terms of timeline for how quickly a building can deteriorate. Nevertheless, there have been options for the applicant to stabilise the building and to protect the building from further deterioration.
Any further questions? Nope. Okay. We'll now move to public speaking. We now have Peter Frampton and Jonathan Edis on behalf of the applicants.
Can I ask whether you want a presentation in respect of two applications together?
Which do you prefer? Yeah, whichever you prefer. You've got 10 minutes. Yeah.
Thank you. This proposal is inextricably linked with the other two applications and forms part of a package of proposals to secure conservation of Overston Hall. The merits of this application need to be considered in the context of the other 0710 application for enabling development to the southwest of the hall. The provision of 19 apartments in the restored hall contributes as a significant component to enable restoration of the hall. The report refers to policies relating to the principle of development, but does not explain the policy considerations relating to enabling development, which at MPPF 221 states, and I quote, local planning authorities should assess whether the benefits of a proposal for enabling development, which would otherwise conflict with planning policies, but which would secure the future conservation of a heritage asset, outweigh the disbenefits of departing from those policies. So some conflict with development plan policies such as green wedge and settlement boundaries is to be expected with enabling development. The report further does not refer to the MPPF in the context of development being beyond the confines of a settlement. Paragraph 84 states, planning decisions should avoid the development of isolated homes in the countryside unless the development would be appropriate enabling development to secure the future of heritage assets. So the identified conflict with development plan policies for the rural area, such as policy R1, RA3 and policy 5 of the neighbourhood plan should, in my submission, be given very limited weight in the special circumstances of these connected applications. This development is situated within the footprint of Overston Hall. In order to reduce the amount of enabling development required from within the parkland, it is entirely appropriate that an effective use is made of the restored hall to provide new accommodation and to secure a new use which can support future management and maintenance. The magnificence of the hall as a focal point within its parkland landscape, and when viewed from longer distances, e.g. from the A43, you get a gap as you're travelling north through the Modena housing, will be restored. My submission, that's conservation in action. The suggestion that the hall by the parish council should be retained as a community ruin lacks any substance as how the stabilisation and repairs to the ruin are going to be financed. In addition, how is the ruin to be managed and maintained in the future? The optimum arrangement is to secure a new use which will carry forward the maintenance obligations. The response of the Conservation Officer states that insufficient information has been provided to understand the potential impact of the proposal on the significance of the heritage asset. The significance of the asset, as the debate has emerged, has to be considered as the hall stands today. The applicant has repeatedly emphasised that physical closer inspection within the structure is not safe. Visual inspection by specialist conservation engineers in man baskets has provided the best informed advice as to the structure that can be retained. And contrary to the reference in the report, core samples of fire damaged stone has been analysed at a specialist laboratory for its structural strength. That took place in March 2019. The analysis of the structure which has been undertaken provides the best knowledge that realistically can be assembled, having regard to the ruinous condition of the hall. There are, of course, other matters to be resolved, such as method statements, but these can be properly secured through conditions and obligations. The aphorism, perfection is the enemy of the good, is engaged by these proposals. Time is not on the side of the hall, and any belief that the hall is going to be restored by some other means than enabling development is simply unrealistic. This is a carefully considered proposal for conservation of the hall as it stands today and the availability of resources. No other solution has been identified, and I ask members to support this application as an integral component of a realistic conservation project for the hall. After a quarter of a century of dereliction and decay, and the hall being subject to a major arson attack, which largely destroyed the Dorcas wing in 2023, regular break-ins, some 67 this year, police being no longer willing to attend, it's time for positive conservation to take place. That's the end of my first presentation. The application for listed building consent is application for the consent for the works in the preceding application. The heritage benefits are as identified in the report and been touched on by Ms. Phillips, addressing priority repairs to stabilise the surviving facades, minimise the risk of further loss of historic fabric, securing the authentic repair and part restoration of key architectural elements on the features of the principal facades of the building, finding a new use to secure the future of the hall, restoring the listed 19th century garden steps, terraces, walls, gates, and balustrades. Thereafter in the report, the comment is made, and I quote, "The applications do not provide comprehensive strategies or manageable enforcement timescales to ensure that this could be achieved." These are matters for planning conditions and planning obligations. The applicant has submitted a draft planning obligation, which in summary requires: 1, the preparation of a contract of works for the initial stabilisation of the hall within 6 weeks of a consent. The scope of these works is defined in the 106. 2, the requirement for these works to be commenced within 3 months plus the 6 weeks of the consent, or within 1 month of the approval, whichever is the later. 3, the completion of the stabilisation works before the occupation of the 10th enabling dwelling, plus commencement of the restoration works, which are also defined. 4, prior to the occupation of the 40th dwelling, Overston Hall is to be wind and weather tight. 5, prior to the occupation of the 55th dwelling, Overston Hall is to be ready for occupation. Simon Ellis has confirmed to the applicant, and he says this: the Section 106 obligation trigger points we discussed are satisfactory, and no further work will be required between now and the committee date to progress these matters. In the event that members are minded to grant permissions and listed building consent for the scheme, we can progress the Section 106 obligation to cover all 3 decisions. I conclude that the applicant is well advanced in demonstrating binding commitments to ensure that the conservation of the hall is indeed achievable within an effective timescale. Clearly, the Section 106 is not in its final form, as agreed with Simon. And I'd like to just touch on the issues that raised by Ms. Phillips in terms of substantial harm. And the applicant, we do not accept that the consequence of these works to the significance of the hall as a ruin today is that, and it's the language of the court, is that its significance will be vitiated. And that means it's been invalidated. It's wiped out. With respect, that cannot be right. But even if you said and accepted the planning officer's position of substantial harm, The tests at 214 are these. Firstly, the nature of the heritage asset prevents all reasonable uses of the site. In its ruinous state, it clearly does. B, no viable use of the heritage asset itself can be found in the medium term through appropriate marketing that will enable its conservation. This Overston Hall has been marketed in 2010, extensively marketed prior to the previous application. No other realistic scheme has come forward. So that B is satisfied. C, conservation by grant funding or some form of not-for-profit charitable or public ownership is demonstrable but not possible. I think I did write to the Daventry District Council asking whether they would wish to buy it or fund it. No response. No grant funding, no form of other organisation has come forward in the last decade to say we've got a vast pocket of money, we want to restore the hall. D, the harm or loss is outweighed by the benefits of bringing the site back into use. There is some harm, that's accepted, but the benefits of bringing this hall back, gripping this problem, which has been in the thorn of this side of this authority and the preceding authority since 2001, this is the only show in town to secure restoration of the hall. And I'll come back to some of the other points and deal with the contention of ancient woodland or woodland pasture. May meet, I think Ms. Phillips now uses the language, but I'll deal with that in the context of the next application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Councillor Packer?
Thank you. Why does the south wing need to be demolished? Should not be changed and repurposed along with the north wing?
Dr. Edis is the historic buildings consultant, so Councillor Packer, he will deal with those.
Sorry, could you just repeat the question?
Why does the south wing need to be demolished?
All aspects of the demolition of the hall, right down to the removal and adjustment of lintels, pediments, internal walls, really depends on what is found at the time that the work is done. It's not something that we can predict or determine in detail at this moment, but the position is that the fire has done so much damage to the building that we are now in the position of having to rewrite. Peter, can you take over?
Yes, surely. Yeah, you refer to the southern wing. In fact, the Dorcas wing, where the major fire occurred in 2023. But sorry, the Dorcas wing, where the major arson attack was in 23-24. That is the demolition. That's the description in the development. The south wing of the hall will be retained, and as Dr. Edis was saying, really, we have to get into that hall, but we've got to stabilize it first, because you can't get in. No person can safely enter in to the perimeters of the hall. But the view that we've got from our specialist engineers is we've demolished the Dorcas wing, we'll reuse the chimneys into the hall, we will reuse the stone from the Dorcas wing into the hall. So there's an advantage there, but it's not the southern wing. And I think there's a mixture of terms there, Councillor.
How much of the interior is salvageable and reusable over the whole site?
Well, the interior, as you, I don't know whether you were on this site inspection, but I mean, you've just got brick walls, or some brick walls being standing. They would not be retained because we are inserting a new built form into the back which is then tied into the facade. But the reality, and I'll come on to realities in the next application, the reality that the floor plan has gone. They've gone. What's important of Overstone Hall is the presence, the magnificence of that front facade, the western facade, the northern facade. That can be retained. This isn't novel as a way of dealing with enabling development. Yes, we had a scheme for full restoration of the hall, putting it back to its pre-fire condition, but we didn't get a consent even for enabling development to do the initial works to it. And so we needed at that time to find a site of about 300 houses to do a full restoration of Overstone Hall. The applicant wrote to 10,000 land interests in the locality, asking whether land might be made available for enabling development. We did get some responses. We discussed them with Simon Bowers. We discussed them with the preceding planning authority. Not one of those sites was considered suitable. So the view that, and we had pre-application discussions with senior officers of the council, including the assistant director, prior to making this application. The view was pragmatically taken. The reality is we've got to find the enabling development from within the hall, the grounds of the hall. What can that actually achieve? That can actually achieve, as the councillor identified earlier, the conservation, the restoration of the key assets of significance. And any sort of hope, well, let's not do it, let's mothball it. The parish council referred it to a appeal decision of mothballing. But there, the building stood, long gone. This building, it's remarkable, in my view, when we think of the winters and the storms we have and the frosts we have, that it hasn't collapsed. And so my urging to this committee is this application and the next one, it's the only show in town to actually say enough's enough, enough resources from officers, enough resources from the applicant. Let's get going. Let's actually get conservation in action.
Councillor Ware, and I'll come to you, Councillor Little.
Thank you, Chair. I've got several questions for you because I am concerned that some of the information before us has got more holes than a colander. So my first question for you is, the archaeological advisor has suggested that further trenching should take place. And indeed, the NPPF does ask for desktop and field information. Can you give me an update on where we're at with that further trenching?
Yes, we've done some archaeological trenching that has been taken place. If there's more, and that has shown that some of the sort of remnants of the cottages which were on the west side of the original hall are there. If there's more to do, then we say the proper way of dealing with that is a pre-commencement condition so that it's undertaken.
Thank you. My next question, linking to some information that the LFA have given. What further groundwater monitoring has taken place on the site, please?
Groundwater monitoring, I'm not aware we've been asked for groundwater monitoring. The stormwater drainage, what we have suggested, there's a swimming pool, an old external swimming pool in front of the hall that would function as effectively an attenuation pond, and then it would outfall into the lake. If we are being asked for more detail on the sort of the volume of water that could take. Well, we say again, that's a matter, again, a pre-commencement condition. If it needs to be bigger, we can deal with that. We just expand that area where the tank is, or we can put subterranean tanks in. So all those issues. Now, consultees like every detail to be sort of signed off, but they can be controlled by condition. Pre-commencement condition, no development shall commence until details of the found stormwater drainage have been submitted to and approved by the authority. What the applicant really needs from this committee is the encouragement through a granting of consent, maybe with onerous conditions, as I expect, but at least he gives him the confidence to go forward with substantial further expenditure in terms of dealing with those details.
Another question for you. Where is the ecological impact assessment at, please?
We have submitted an ecological appraisal with the application. We have put a strategy that raising the land in front to a parkland status would offset the loss of our land for the development. It's there as a strategy. Again, the details of that can be dealt with by condition. There's nothing wrong with a BNG condition, pre-commencement. And it may be that there is some off-site compensation required, and we have made a provision in the viability for that as well.
My final question for now. What has happened to survey the site in preparation for a habitat regulation assessment?
Well, I'm not aware that there is a requirement for a habitat regulation assessment because there is no proximity of a habitat that would require that. We've done ecological assessments in terms of bats and things like that, and we've got drawings in for bat towers and to go in to the scheme, but I'm not aware we've ever been asked for an HRA assessment.
So the proximity to the sandpits SRA is not something under your consideration at this time.
Could you just
the proximity to the sandpits, please? If one of the officers can give me the exact terminology for the sandpits.
SPAC, Special Area of Conservation Area.
It's the Uppernine Valley Gravel Pits Special Protection Area.
That one. The report does make mention that it's around 6 kilometres, I believe, from that site, and there may be some significance, but that's not come across your radar yet.
Yeah. Well, maybe, and it's necessary that a habitat regulations assessment is done prior to a consent being granted. Is it with respect to different consideration?
Councillor Little.
Can I ask you the question that I put to the officer? How long this fabric of the building is obviously under considerable strain, and with each winter it will deteriorate further. Do you have an idea of how long it's going to be before this becomes financially unviable to work on?
I mean, that's very difficult to give you a set date. I mean, did you go on the site visit? You saw that stone lintel on the front facade. I mean, that's been there a number of years. It's been there all the time. I've seen it, but it could be next winter, couldn't it? With a gale and then snow conditions, and then it's just dislodged and it's lost. So it is, as I said, in the last chance saloon. It is, in my view, remarkable that it's still standing. And I urge members not to take the approach almost from the officers, well, something else might come along. Where is it? It hasn't come forward in a decade. That isn't, in my view, conservation. That's procrastination. And as Mr. McCorber said, procrastination is the thief of time.
Councillor Smith, do you want to ask a question?
Thank you, Chair. We have policies in place, ENV 310, ENV, sorry, 3, and that's very clear in the protection of the green wage firstly. And what you're asking us to do is to drive a coach and horses directly through that policy, which would be massively damaging for this district. We've got the emerging local plan, and should we go with your suggestion, that would seriously damage the local plan, in my opinion. But furthermore, there are actually other options. I mean, I was previously on Daventry District Council, so I'm very familiar with this site and how long it's taken. It's almost like a long game, who's going to give up first? And we as councillors here today to make a decision we have a huge responsibility to ensure that we adhere to our policies. And just by stretching things out so the building deteriorates, in my opinion, is not fair and not proper. There are alternatives, and an alternative could be for a building preservations trust. Sell it to them for £1. They can raise grants, etc., etc. There's an immediate £5 million grant from the Lottery Heritage Fund, which would save buildings at risk. So that would stabilise the building, and then it can move forward. And then our residents of West Northamptonshire can then enjoy that parkland, enjoy that building to be returned to its former glory, and not have huge. To me, they look like residential blocks at a university to be built. So this talk of enabling development, I recall that there was a big push around the enabling development to take place elsewhere. And it's my understanding that the applicant has actually completed successfully a number of developments since 2019, none of which appear to have contributed towards the saving of this heritage asset. You can't just leave it to force through enabling development on the very site that you're now discussing. That's not fair. And I think certainly for planning committee members, please really consider this hard, because this has been around a long time and there's huge risks here. There's absolute policies for us to turn it down. And I'm not hearing anything from the agents at the moment. So there are alternatives, but we have to think in a pragmatic way. I'm slightly neurodivergent, so I come up with different ideas and different ways of sorting out a problem. But there's a problem here, and building on that parkland I don't think is, and I'm not hearing anything at the moment to convince me otherwise.
Chairman, could I just respond
Yes, you
on
can,
the
yes.
policy point? Policies in development plans are never to be read slavishly and applied with prescription. They are guidance. The circumstances here are unique. Nobody applying for consent for a housing development elsewhere in the district could say, well, you gave some consent for houses at Overston Hall that are outside the settlement of Overston, therefore you should give me a consent. Because the officer would say there were very individual circumstances. It was enabling development, which is accepted. There is some conflict with the development plan. And as I read out paragraph 221 of the framework, the balance of the advantage outweighs that conflict. So the fear you raise is with respect misplaced. The second point you raise, well, there are alternatives. I've been on this scheme since 2013. There has been no approach from anybody else, no preservation trust or any charitable organisation. We wrote to them all to come forward with a scheme that would achieve either full restoration or partial restoration. So with respect, I think that's wishful thinking. And I will, in my next presentation, I will quote from the Victorian Society, which I think is compelling and blunt as to the circumstances of Overston Hall as it's faced today, and the dilemma that this council, this committee has got to get a grip with. Do you settle that this is an acceptable form of development and get on with conserving what remains, or do you lose the hall entirely?
Okay.
Well, I have to say I don't agree with you, and this has been around a long time, and were I to agree with you, I think we would both be wrong in this instance.
Are there any further questions from the committee? Councillor Furman.
Thank you. Just got two sort of questions, or one question really in the statement. Are you satisfied that the proposal reaches the optimal balance between securing the future of the listed building and minimising the enhancing the setting? But I did, where you just said about Green Wedge, I looked up while we were earlier, and I noticed that if if the building isn't secured and it's in a state of disrepair, if it can't be saved, then it significantly reduces the green wedge status. So that would be on something for discussion with the officer later. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Okay, councillor
Would you
Packer?
like to answer that anyway?
Well, in terms, as I said, in terms of green wedge, I travel to Stamford probably about twice a week, and I always find that view, that vista from the 43 across to the hall really impressive. Yeah, I find the view from the A43 as you come off the second roundabout and you drive north on the A43, the view across the green wedge to the hall, the magnificence of that hall is a focal point in the green wedge. But this proposal restores that facade, restores the roof, restores the chimneyscape to it, restores the northern elevation. That's what it achieves. And so the magnificence of it is absolutely enhanced. And you're absolutely right. If it's gone, the focal point of the green wedge is gone. No hall, just parkland. Well, be careful, some of the residents behind me, and what you wish for.
Councillor Smith.
The green wedge is the green wedge. The hall forms or sits on the green wedge. It would not diminish or not become green wedge. It would remain green wedge. And I think planning officers will be able to confirm that. It's very clear what ENV 10 is. Sorry, 3 is.
Yes, but what I'm saying, the significance and value of the green wedge would certainly be eroded if the focal point of the green wedge was lost.
Councillor Packer.
This may be a question for the officers rather than yourself, but if the hall ends up being demolished, will the parkland retain protection or it be reclassified as brownfield?
Yes, is the answer to that question.
So it will be reclassified as brownfield?
Brownfield site, it is a brownfield site now.
Through you, Chair, can the officers confirm that if this hall eventually was demolished, it would become brownfield site?
I don't believe the parkland would become brownfield
I
site.
didn't say the parkland, I said where the hall is standing and its curtilage would be previously
I
developed
believe
land.
that the hall itself, due to its previous uses, would be brownfield, but not the actual parkland itself. So if we're looking at the application site, not all the sites would be brownfield.
Okay, so up to the ha would be
Well,
brownfield.
the actual construction, the building itself, the hall itself.
And its curtilage.
Well, essentially the brownfield would be the area where there's been development that has then disappeared or fallen apart. But the green, the parkland in the green outside of the confines of the hall and the hard standing around there would still remain as greenfield. But that's correct in the sense that if the hall were to be demolished, then that's part of the site would be a brownfield site.
Can I just come back on a number of matters that have been raised regarding the green wedge? There was some discussion as to whether or not the green wedge would be diminished or the focus of the green wedge would alter a result of the loss of Overston Hall. That is not the case because that is not the function of the green wedge itself.
Sorry, John, can I just interrupt? Can you just, are any further questions for the speakers before we sort of conclude with your point?
I think it's just to provide a point of clarification.
Are there any further questions? No, okay, yeah, carry on. Yeah, so I think we've done this. You can.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Chair.
thank you very much. Okay, carry on, John.
Thank you. I'd also like to come back on another matter which was raised regarding the NPPF and the starting point of considering this application. And reference is made to paragraph 84, and where there is a reference to circumstances of enabling development. The reference was made to that would be an appropriate enabling development to secure the future of heritage assets. This application for restoration in itself would not secure the future of the heritage asset on its own. And that's the application before members tonight. There is a separate application to deal with the enabling development, and that will be considered in the remit of paragraph 84, which was referred to. So I don't believe officers' starting point is incorrect. And it also alludes to the restoration as part of being the enabling development. If that is the case, then, you know, again, the enabling development, which is delivered by the restoration of the 19 apartments, in itself, in this application alone, will not secure the future of the hall. I think fundamentally, I know it's a very difficult decision because everyone sees this building which needs some love and tender care, and I appreciate all of that, but fundamentally, the actual scheme before members tonight, in terms of the facades that are being retained, in terms of the new facades, the areas of which are to be demolished, alongside the improvements to the parkland and those structures, are the points that's be considered. Equally, we still have concerns that the alterations to accommodate these 19 apartments, i.e. the ecological issues and also the highways and traffic issues, they remain to be outstanding. It's a mandatory requirement for officers to consider what the BNG is going to be, predetermination. I think members need to bear that in mind. That's not to say that those issues can't be resolved and that with further information they can't be addressed. But tonight, those issues are still outstanding.
Councillor Ware.
Could I just pick up, Simon, talking about brownfield and curtilage of the hall? Does the terracing, stairs, fit within the curtilage, or would that still be protected as grade 2?
Can I defer to Rachel on that one? As which elements are being within curtilage?
My question was, with regard to any site being redetermined as brownfield, how does the the terracing, the stairs within the garden area fit? Would that be brownfield, or would that still retain its grade 2 listed?
So if those features were to be retained, they are individually listed. So they would still remain listed structures. So obviously, if there were proposals for redevelopment of the site following demolition of Overston Hall, we would obviously have to have regard to any impact upon the setting of those features, which clearly were designed as key elements of a country house. So obviously, we'd have to have regard for any impact of redevelopment upon them, but they would remain, unless somebody put an application in for delisting, they would remain listed elements, listed in their own right.
Just on the brownfield bit, it's not something you could, it's not like listing is designated and it's, you know what's listed because it's set out in the listing. Previously developed land, it's a matter of interpretation. So it's land which is lawfully developed and is or was occupied by a permanent structure and fixed surface infrastructure associated with it, including the curtilage of the developed land. So you'd have to take a judgment. If the building were to fall apart or be demolished, it's essentially those elements that fall within that category that would be brownfield. The green spaces, and I think the ha-ha's quite some distance from the immediate confines of the building, and there's quite a lot of green space in between that. I'm not sure the ha-ha would be a brownfield. I think it's quite some distance away. So I don't think you'd, in that sense, if you're thinking further ahead, you wouldn't get development between where the hall is and the ha-ha.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you. So to the Conservation Officer, so to Councillor Ware's question around the steps and the ha-ha, etc. So this would be a little bit like, I think it's the Crystal Palace, isn't it, in London, where you've still got the steps which would have led up to the Crystal Palace. Clearly that's long gone. So for us to try and picture it, is that how we might picture it? I mean, I know we're looking far ahead, but just so so we can understand Councillor Ware's question in more context.
So I think you're saying if the hall was demolished and it was left as a bare site, and we do have applications that are still sitting that did propose that where the hall was just proposed to be clear felled effectively, and it would have left the garden terraces, the individually listed structures and the associated features as just sitting within a landscape without the country house that they were obviously designed to form an integral part of. So yes, it would be a strange situation to be left in. Yeah, not unique, no, but not for what their original purpose was. But then I guess that there might be an opportunity for interpretation then to say what was there originally and how it related to the hall. But yeah, better to be seen with a hall than without one.
Any further, Councillor Little?
Sorry, can I just ask whether we were talking about demolishing the hall now? Is there a mechanism by which a listed building is delisted and then becomes eligible for demolition? And if there is, what's in terms of the council, what are the safeguards that the council has to put in place to ensure that doesn't happen?
There is a process by where you can have a building delisted, but my understanding is that you have to apply to Historic England for that. So it's a process which is outside local planning authorities' jurisdiction, delist a building.
But are there steps before that so that sort of compulsory repair notices or whatever else that would be served by the owner, or is it just simply a case of it's beyond repair, delist it, demolish it? I want to understand the mechanism, what that sort of goes through there.
I'm afraid I can't really give you any detail as to what the criteria is for delisting, to what extent they would consider a building worthy of delisting, or what items come into consideration. I think Rachel might better provide you a bit more clarification, but it's certainly not something I've become involved in.
Through the chair, these are all matters that are outside of the planning process and are not relevant for consideration today. Thank you.
Okay, if there are no further questions, I will move to the debating. We'll start with you, Councillor. Yep. Who wishes to make a start? Councillor Ware.
Happy to make a start. I fully support anything that can be done to save this beautiful facade. It really is stunning, but be clear, it's in need of a lot of TLC. It really is. My concern is we are going to make perfection the enemy of the good. And I think we need to find a way that we can deal with this sympathetically. I said before that there are still lots of gaps for me, and it feels like we're here too early. It feels like to me we haven't addressed issues like Green Wedge, we haven't addressed ecology, we haven't addressed some of the structural issues. We don't know what restoration might be needed when we do get in, and indeed the agent has said we actually don't know what's gone because nobody can get in. So we are with a lot of gaps in our knowledge here, and that makes it feel a bit like we're being pushed into a corner to make a decision. I do think that in principle, there's some good stuff here. And like I said, I would support finding a way that we can protect this. I also think that even though it's a grade 2 listed building, we have to breathe life into listed buildings, and you know, it doesn't have to be to be in keeping. It doesn't need to be another Victorian Gothic thing. It could be in sympathy. I have concerns that some of the images now are, I think the report, somebody said in the report, it's like an airport hotel, and I can see why they would say that. It doesn't feel like it fits. It feels like some of the massing of what will go into those gaps it just feels too much. Councillor Packer said, what is the rationale for demolishing the south wing? I don't think we know yet. I think it just feels like there's so much more work to do on this. Unless somebody can convince me otherwise, I think we've got too many questions and not enough answers at this stage.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. It's tricky because we've got a number of applications here, and the restoration of the hall in this particular aspect is fine, but it's not going to save the hall because the money's not there. But that's not for us to consider as a planning consideration. But if we look at this in the full scheme, essentially we save the house and ruin the parkland and destroy the green wedge. We're really up against it. And I think at this stage, I mean, I've sat in a number of planning committees previously over the years looking at this, and it's blooming difficult for us. And maybe this time round we go for a refusal, but then we all get behind this as councillors, and particularly the ward councillors, and say, right, what can be done? But to make a decision based on saving the hall, you know, it's the baby in the bathwater kind of situation, isn't it? And so what do we do? I think the safe mythology for this evening is to look at the officer's advice. You know, we're all better educated on the hall and its setting and things, and a little bit more policy as well, hopefully. So I'm not convinced that this is the route forward, because it doesn't do what it says on the tin. And if it did, we'd make a decision really, really easy for us. So for me, I don't see any compelling reason to do anything other than go with the officer's advice. So that would be my proposal. So that's all from me for now.
Councillor Packer.
Unfortunately, Councillor Smith, I'd have to disagree personally. I would say this is the current optimal viable use. I'm not seeing any other option on the table. It's been, the applicant's owned it for 10 plus years. It was burnt down 25 years ago. What else is there for the optimal use? Optimal viable use, what is there?
Councillor Keeble.
Thank you. I think this is a very difficult one. I'm very familiar with the site. The hall has been, I mean, it's basically been subject to, I think it's 2 arson attacks. I think both of the fires were. So those have been massive over a period of time. There've been a lot of efforts to try to restore it or preserve it, and those have so far come to nothing. Now, this proposal retains some elements of the building. It doesn't perhaps retain a huge amount, but it retains some elements of the building. And whilst there's an impact on the parkland, when I look at the development site, am I right in thinking that it's the curtilage for the development is a red line? So there's a large area of parkland which falls outside of that. And there's also other heritage assets there which don't seem to be impacted. Now, I also take seriously the points about the extra development which is going to be needed to facilitate this restoration or this conservation. But I do think that I am persuaded by the arguments that this presents a way of protecting elements of the building, not the whole building, but protecting elements of the building, which otherwise has been subjected to repeated attacks, and which obviously has been exposed to the weather over a good period of time without any realistic option of conservation. So on that basis, I'm minded to go towards going against the officer advice and accepting these proposals as a way of protecting something of that building.
Councillor Little. Sorry, and then we'll come back to you, Councillor Ware, sorry.
Sorry. I'm inclined to agree with Councillor Keeble. It is a difficult situation. It seems to me a case of do something and preserve part of the heritage. And it is a valuable asset to the community. It's, a spectacular building, or do nothing and risk losing it completely. The issue we have, the challenge we have, is the number of conditions that are going to have to be put on this. And again, Councillor Ware makes a very good point. It almost as if we are here too early, but we are here. And I think we have to support the objective of the proposal. In principle, we have to go with this because we want to protect this building. Whether we formally support that or otherwise suggest approval in principle is a question we obviously have to address. But certainly there are so many conditions that have to be applied to this. But I think on balance, I would have to agree with Councillor Keeble and say I think I'd have to be minded to go against officer advice at this point.
Councillor Ware, then I think Councillor Firm, did you want to, and then Councillor Packer?
I think there's a lot of agreement in the room around we've got to do something. But I think Councillor Little's just summed it up really well. We are going to have pages of conditions here because as it stands at the minute, I can't say that I'm minded to support it and to go against officer's advice. I think officer's advice is sound. I think we do need to maintain eyes on the prize, which is making sure that we protect this building as much as we possibly can. But in order to do that, if there is a proposal on the table to go against officer's advice, then I want to make sure that we have very clear and thorough conditions in place, even if that means we're still here at 9:30.
I've got Councillor Firman first, then Councillor Packer, and I'll come back to you, Councillor Keeble.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, yes, I agree with everyone. Something needs to be done, and that's a fact. Councillor Smith, I owe you an apology. The green wedge, by the way, I got that slightly wrong. It weakens its stance with the grade 2 listed building. That was the right wording I should have used. It doesn't lose it, it just weakens it. So I owe you an apology there, but I'm also thinking of the residents around there because I'd hate them to lose that facility, which is one thing. But I'm also having seen, and we both went to the site visit, Councillor Ware, I would love to see a full restoration of that building. Don't get me wrong, it's a beautiful, beautiful building. But looking at the stonework that's come down, the fire damage, I don't think it's got much longer to survive. I think, yes, it's got to be done on conditions. There's got to be a lot of conditions, as you've suggested. Whether more can be done, I don't know. I'm not a building expert. but that's what we've got to go with. And I think, yes, we're being pushed into a corner where we've either got to accept or refuse. And for me, I'd accept, even on public safety, I'd accept as well. So, thank you, Chair.
Councillor Packer?
Thank you, Chair. I believe we did hear from the agent who stated they are expecting onerous conditions on this application, so I don't think it's beyond the realms of possibility to put the conditions we feel are necessary on here to make it acceptable to us, if that is what will persuade other members to go against officer recommendations. But just to be clear, Chair, do you want separate, distinct proposals to be put forward on separate votes?
Yes,
for
there
this?
does have to be separate
Yes.
proposals for each of those.
Thank you.
Obviously, I'll hand over to you, Simon.
Chair, just listening to the tone of debate and the complexity of going from a recommendation for refusal with not just substantive reasons for refusal, there's ecological surveys, there's highways issues that aren't quite resolved yet. So I think you've got, essentially there's three options. You can go with the officer recommendation, which possibly doesn't seem to be the tenor of the room. I think stitching together an approval with lots of conditions, even however onerous they might be, is complex because there are some of these issues that might not be resolvable. I'm wondering a third option could, because we would need to work out with the BNG, for example. I'm not sure we can do BNGs as a condition at the moment. I might ask Charlotte to comment on that in a minute. But there is you could take an approach of what you could describe as a positive deferral. What you could say is you're minded to allow the concept of the, and I think at the moment we're only talking about the first application, the first two, sorry, and then we would then see if the technical matters that haven't been resolved can be resolved, and then we return back with a list of conditions at a later date. That's a possible outcome. Alternatively, it's not a deferral that says suck it and see, we'll see you later. It's a deferral that says this committee is minded to allow this concept of this development, but because of these technical things that haven't been resolved, we would need to go and work with those with the applicant, and at least the applicant would be in the knowledge that they're heading in the right direction. That might be another alternative that you could consider.
Would that deferral affect all the first three applications? Things that are inextricably linked?
It's the first two, isn't it? I would like Charlotte Webb, if you can, Charlotte, just to comment on the BNG side, because I'm not quite sure in my mind how that works.
So in terms of BNG, we need to have an agreed baseline for approval. The details of how biodiversity net gain can be achieved is subject to a planning condition. But it's that baseline that we need to have agreed, which there were a number of sort of questions that I had in relation to that, which I haven't had that additional information provided as yet. One of those is about the state of the parkland. So we need confirmation as to sort of how old that is, whether it is this irreplaceable habitat or not, because that has an impact on BNG and how you deal with it at BNG. So there's elements that can be conditioned, but there's also some information that we need up front.
Okay. Councillor Keeble.
Thank you. I mean, I would certainly be very much in support of the third option that was set out. I mean, I don't normally particularly like deferrals, but I think in this instance, because there are so many issues which we're concerned about, I think that would be very helpful, not least the issues which you set out. But I think there are also a number that colleagues have mentioned. If we do need to refine the wording of that recommendation, on a previous occasion, the committee did have an adjournment and worked out the details of the recommendation downstairs so that we could all agree on the way forward, because it does seem a lot of consensus around the room. It's just finding the right words to find a way forward.
Okay. So something we could do is, if need be, if that was the consensus, that we move forward with additions, that we have a,
It's a deferral that we then work with the applicant to overcome the things like the highway thing is not resolved. The BNG needs sorting out, because at the moment we can't even recommend conditions with things that are still needed from the applicant to just get those technical things. Any more structural information we can get, but I think I'm sensing that the concept of the facade restoration is what you broadly think is the option that's left. So in the design of that development for the restoration seems to be that the committee, if that's where it's heading, you're content with that, but this, you haven't voted on anything yet. I'm just giving you a suggested way forward, because you can still go with the recommendation, or you can, yeah, what I'm concerned about is to flip the refusal based on this level of technical information into an approval is very difficult. So the deferral might be along those lines. We return to find out how much of these technical things we can resolve working with the applicant, but then the applicant does that in the knowledge that the committee seems to be broadly happy with the concept of the development here, but we haven't really considered the enabling development yet, because that's a huge development as well, and it's a separate application and will require 2 separate votes.
do you want to provide a quick summary before we carry on?
Thank you, Chair. So to summarise the advice that Simon's given you, you could essentially defer the application in order to enable officers to agree a set of planning conditions to facilitate the delivery of the development. This would include pre-commencement conditions, time limits and general implementation conditions, with these conditions to be brought back to non-strategic planning committee prior to any further determination of the application, either in favour or against. And you could apply that to all 3 applications tonight with 3 separate votes in order to move this on and enable that work to commence behind the scenes.
Can I just check something? That it's not just we're going to work on conditions. We're going to work. You may have mentioned it, but you might have missed it. It's a deferral so that we can work on technical elements to overcome some of those other reasons of refusal that don't strike at the heart of it. It's not just we're going to work with the applicant on conditions. That suggests there's not further work for them to do. We will need to work with them on some of those other elements as well. So it will take a little bit longer than that.
Okay, did you want to, so we come to Councillor Clark and then I'll come back over here.
I thought I heard a proposal from Councillor Smith that we should go with the recommendation, and if so, then I would second it.
Okay, I'll come back to Councillor Weston.
Can I just confirm, if we go for that third option with the deferral, is there a timescale on that so that we all know actually when we can expect to have done the work, got the responses and things? And the other thing that concerns me is, are we just going to end up sort of butting heads if there are, for instance, the ecological questions that haven't been answered, if they're not being answered from a health and safety point of view because you can't get access to the building, can that be sort of sorted out to get some answers?
I can't answer that in any certainty because it's an iterative process, and I wouldn't even be able to confirm whether the ecological concerns can completely be overcome.
Okay.
But what you might end up with is at least the committee would get to determine the application again one way or another, and we'd have to come back with an alternative recommendation at that time.
Through the chair, if committee were to go with option 3 and these issues couldn't be resolved, what you would probably end up with is the report coming back to committee with the same recommendation on the basis that those issues have not been resolved.
Councillor Packer.
So we could be spending the next 10 years on this, is what we're saying.
Well, if you defer the application, you haven't determined it. So the applicant could still appeal against non-determination anyway and take their case to pins. But the difficulty you have is to turn a recommendation for refusal, which has so many outstanding elements, into an approval at this stage. I'm not convinced we can do that because there's highway matters here that need to be resolved. There's ecological matters here to be resolved. But the positive deferral is the sense that you're at least giving the applicant that you, Councillor over there mentioned the in principle. It's not an in principle permission, but it's almost like a direction of travel. You're saying you want this to come back as provided the officer can work with the applicant to overcome those elements that don't affect the design and the elements that you're comfortable with, and then we see what we can do and come back as best we can.
So I've got Councillor Little first and I'll come back to you as well.
Thanks, Joe. I think the problem I have with the deferral, as we say, is we're kicking the can down the road. I'd feel more comfortable if we, as a committee, if we say we agreed in principle with the application and ask that officers cooperate with the developers within a set time frame to agree the resolution of the outstanding technical matters. I think that would be a much more positive way of going forward, expressing with the developers that there is agreement in principle. We'd like to go ahead. There are issues to be resolved, but with the cooperation and with the urgency of WNC councillors, they could be resolved.
Through you, Chair, if you were to determine the application today and approve the application, you would need to grant delegated authority to officers to approve the application. You would need to grant delegated authority to officers to agree the relevant elements of this Section 106 agreement. And you'd also need to grant authority to the officers to agree a set of planning conditions, and that would include pre-commencement conditions, time limits, general implementation conditions, and all the resolution of the technical consultee issues that Simon's outlined. And that would be delegating authority to officers to do so, and that would then not come back to this committee because you would have determined the application.
But could we, could the committee ask for regular feedback, weekly feedback on progress from that?
I'd just like to go back to what I was advising earlier. It's very difficult to delegate to officers to sort out all the conditions. There are issues here that we don't think we can condition. There's still things that the applicant needs to do on ecology and on highways that we still need to be satisfied with before we can even be sure that they can be conditioned, and especially BNG can't actually be dealt with at this time. So that there's no concept of a permission in principle, because this isn't what you're talking about. The only option you've got to go down that route would be a deferral of the application, but you would do so with a resolution that is a positive deferral, to say, come back as much as you can resolve as possible, come back in. Well, I don't think it's really possible. Maybe ask Sian to advise it. I don't think it's quite possible to go as far as delegate to us to sort out all the conditions, because we don't know we can sort them all out yet. We don't know whether or not we need what information we need on highways, the ecology stuff. I think that's the best you can get in terms of that concept that's as close as what you can get to, I think.
Through you, Chairman, if I could just quickly intervene there. We spoke about this positive deferral, and I think it's clear that members do want to see something saved. They do want to see the facade saved. However, there are so many outstanding issues I've heard from the floor tonight, in terms of, Councillor Wood, you've mentioned about structural survey, more structural information which is required. All members are aware that there is a necessity to provide more ecological information. There is more requirement to provide more highways and traffic information for the local highway authority to come to a positive conclusion on that. And what a positive deferral will allow us to do is to go and help move towards resolving these matters. It's for members to specify to officers what elements they wish to see resolved, if that's the direction members want to go in.
Chair.
Councillor Keeble.
Yeah, can I just say, I mean, I think what the advice that's been provided is actually very clear, that however sympathetic anyone might be to this, there are really big outstanding issues which make it, untenable or unsafe or unwise or whatever to make a decision on the application. And if we say we agree in principle, subject to, we've made the decision. So that's why we can't actually do it. However, one of the main things about the deferral, which isn't something that I particularly like, but the applicant's been sitting here, or the applicant's representative has, they've heard the arguments, they've heard the discussion, they've heard our concerns, and they know that we have a real interest in preserving that building as best as possible. And we also have outstanding concerns about the ecology and about a whole number of other matters. the public here have also heard those arguments as well. So no one's under any misapprehension about the kind of issues that have to be resolved. So it would seem to me that this deferral isn't like a deferral of just saying we don't know our minds. We do actually know what we'd like to see the outcome to be. We just need the work done so that the application can be brought back in a form which is capable of us agreeing to, if that's what you want at that stage. But that's what it's about. So, it isn't as if we've had all this meeting in private and nobody knows what we're thinking. Everybody knows exactly what we're thinking because they've sat here for the past couple of hours listening to us. So I think that gives the officers everything that they need to go back and do the discussions that are needed, which hopefully won't take too long. And after a very long time of watching that building crumbling, we can actually see hopefully some progress. But, I would hope that constructive deferral actually provides us with a constructive way forward.
Councillor Ware.
I was going to echo Councillor Keeble's point about the applicant has heard our intent to find a way through this. And I'm sure the applicant understands we have to do that within the confines of the policies that we have at our disposal. My understanding as well is the applicant has had this site for some considerable time, and I would suppose he is going to be quite keen to move this on. So I would hope that he will meet officers' requests for information in a positive way to enable us to move it forward. And I would like to put a proposal on the table, but I'm not sure whether I can, given Councillor Smith's proposal.
Okay, yeah, we'll do that. If you summarise that proposal.
I think I moved the positive deferral actually quite some time ago when it was first mooted.
I think he did actually get his proposal in early on.
Through you, Chair, we did have an application, apologies, it's been a long evening, a proposal from Councillor Smith to refuse the application 2025-0711 MAF in accordance with the officer's recommendation, and that was seconded by Councillor Clark. So if we put that to the vote, Chair, and then we can move forward.
Can I see a show of hands in favour of Councillor Smith's proposal? Can I see a show of hands against? Any abstentions? Okay, that's fallen.
I'm happy to move the other one then. Do you want to second?
And I'm happy to second Councillor Keeble's proposal.
Can I just come back to Councillor Packer a second?
Thank you, Chair. I just want us all to be clear, the highways issues, do they specifically relate to the hall or the enabling development, which is the next one we're meant to be hearing?
They relate to both applications because obviously the hall itself is to accommodate 19 units.
So then we should have been debating all of this at the same time. It would have been a lot easier to hear the whole application and then decide what we're supposed to be doing, because it all relates to itself. About 80% of the first two are exactly the same. The enabling development is intertwined with the facade restoration. We're just going to be going all over this again in the next 20 minutes.
Yes.
Through you, Chair, what we can do is take 3 votes. If we're going to defer the first 2, I agree with you. It's pointless having the same debate for the next application if we've decided on a course of action for the first 2 where the same issues are pertinent. So I believe Councillor Keeble was planning to propose deferral. With Councillor Keeble's consent, we could have 3 votes, 1 for 711, 1 for 712 and 1 for 710, which proposes deferral for the same reasons, which would be to enable officers to agree with the applicants to resolve where possible the outstanding consultee issues.
If I may just jump in there, I'm not sure you've debated the enabling development. You've very debated the 19 unit scheme. There's loads of issues with the enabling development on the Parkland and the design of the flats and all these things. This is the difficulty. It's splitting. It is 2 distinct applications. You need to make 2 distinct decisions. If you were minded to positively defer the facade restoration, that's deferral of that part of it. You then have to make another decision on the other one, but I'm not quite sure you've sufficiently debated the second application yet.
Councillor Packer.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with what Simon has said on that point. We haven't heard anything about the actual enabling development. We haven't heard from any speakers, applicants again on it. We haven't debated it. We haven't seen any of the plans for it. We can't realistically make a decision on it because it would show predetermination on an application we haven't heard yet. We can only vote on the first two because that's the only information we've had so far. If Councillor Keeble's proposal has been seconded, which I believe it has, I would put a third proposal forward if this one fails, that we reject the officer's recommendations and accept this planning application.
Okay. Okay. We'll summarise obviously Councillor Keeble's proposal.
Okay, thank you, Chair. It's proposed by Councillor Keeble and seconded by Councillor Ware that the application 0711 and application 0712, which we'll take as a separate vote, be deferred to enable officers to undertake the relevant work with the applicant and technical consultees to resolve, where possible, the technical matters that have been outlined. Thank you, Chair.
Can I see a show of hands in favour of Councillor Keeble's proposal? Those against? Okay, and that's fallen. Okay, so we want to summarise Councillor Packer's proposal.
So it would be proposed by Councillor Packer, subject to being seconded, that the application be approved contrary to the case officer's recommendation on the grounds that the benefit of securing the heritage asset would outweigh the harm set out through the conflict with development plan policies. And we would require, again, a three-part resolution, which would be to grant delegated authority to the officers to grant permission to the development, contrary to the case officer's recommendation, to grant authority to officers to agree the relevant elements of the Section 106 agreement, and to grant authority to officers to agree a set of planning conditions to facilitate the delivery of the development.
Councillor Packer.
Sorry, could I just add to that that I would like in there that the officer hasn't proven substantial harm as part of the reason why.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
I'd like the hasn't proven substantial harm to be included in the reason.
Okay. Do we have a seconder?
Councillor Furman. Okay. Can I see a show of hands in favour of Councillor Packer's?
We're not on 710. This is purely for 711.
Can I see a show of hands in favour of Councillor Packer's proposal?
6.
Those against?
5.
That's carried. Okay, we need a second proposal, do we, for item 7?
Yeah, we would require a proposal for 2025-0712 LBC.
Which is the listed building
consent. Which is approval of the listed building consent.
Yeah. Councillor Furman.
Sorry, could I have 2 minutes, please? Because I had an operation yesterday. Thank you.
Sure, okay, yeah, we'll take a quick 5-minute break, just 2 minutes, okay? Okay, now that we're all back, we'll move on to item 7. If anyone wishes to make a proposal for item 7, which is the listed building consent for the restoration. Do we have anyone that wishes to put a proposal forward? Councillor Packer?
Okay, well, I think it's going to go down the same route. I don't think the officers have proven case of substantial harm for this restoration process. So I think the benefits outweigh the necessary compromise to secure the long-term survival of severely damaged Grade 2 listed building needs to happen. So therefore, I will propose that we go against officer's recommendation and approve this this application also.
Okay, do I have a seconder for this proposal? Councillor Furman. Okay, do you wish to summarise?
Can I just ask, Chair, presumably if this were to be granted, we would be able to issue that consent at the same time that we've finalised the planning permission on the earlier application? Because if we issued it tomorrow, the listed building consent, it doesn't make sense. You'd need to tie it in with the planning application.
Are you happy with that, Councillor Packer, that if the listed building consent is approved, it will be issued with the planning application, subject to everything else being sorted? Yep. Okay, so the proposal from Councillor Packer and seconded by Councillor Furman is to approve the listed building consent, contrary to the case officer's recommendation, on the grounds that the benefit of securing the heritage asset outweighs the harm set out through conflict with the development plan policies. And that is a one-part resolution that authority be delegated to the Assistant Director Planning and Development to grant permission to the listed building consent. To you, Chair, for the vote.
Okay. Can I see a show of hands in favour for Councillor Packer's proposal?
6.
Those against?
5.
Okay, that's carried.
And number 7.
Okay, so item 8, Overston Hall. I will now hand over to the case officer, John Phillips, to begin the presentation. Oh, mouse.
Just.
This application seeks consent for an enabling development to secure the restoration of the hall as set out as previously, as we've just discussed. This enabling development consists of 77 dwellings, which will consist of 57 apartments and 20 houses, including alterations to the access at Sywell Road and the widening of the adopted road, widening the private driveway, provision of access roads, parking, provision of new parking spaces available for drop-off and collection of children attending Overston Primary School, provision of pedestrian routes, and provision of ecological features, public open space, and construction of foul water pumping station, provision of attenuation basin and associated works. Altogether, the proposal results in 96 units that will be delivered by this scheme. Here you can see where the proposed apartments are going to be located. There'll be 4 apartments blocks. Blocks A, B and D will be located east of the main hall and block C to the south. The land between the main hall and the east section of the drive was originally laid to lawn, then partially developed as part site of the 1930s refectory building. Blocks A and B will replace the service wing and the kitchen yard are proposed to be demolished and are separated from the hall by a courtyard aligned with the retained eastern facade of the hall. Block D, sited on the opposite side of the drive, approximately 30 metres from the retained eastern facade of the hall. Block C would occupy a part of land that lies between the former kitchen yard of the hall and the kitchen garden, the stables and other estate buildings to the south, and now outside the boundaries of the site. The proposed 20 houses will be located south-east and southwest of the main hall, you'll see plots 1 and 2 comprised of 2 detached houses on a small isolated parcel of land beyond the substantial group of trees to the southeastern corner of the site, with plots 3 to 20 located in a lengthy segment that lies southwest of the main hall and extends towards the lakeside lodges of the adjacent golf course. As previously stated, the site lies outside the confines of the village in the open countryside where there is a presumption against new residential development, unless it reuses a redundant disused building, or that would lead to an enhancement of immediate settings, or would be the optimum viable use of heritage asset. It's necessary to consider the impacts of the proposal as a whole and considering whether the proposal would demonstrate that either of these circumstances are met. The site forms part of the Green Wedge, where development plan policies provides that to protect the identity, character and setting of the settlements within these areas that fringe Northampton, proposals within the Green Wedge will be required to demonstrate that they would maintain the physical and visual separation between settlements. The works within this application will extend the built form beyond the footprint of the existing hall to the east, south and southwest within the Green Wedge. The proposal extends the built form together with post extension of the built form together with scale design would introduce considerable amounts of development within the open and currently undeveloped area, considerably detracting from its open character and function as part of the Green Wedge. Whilst acknowledging the area to be developed is not large compared to the whole of the Green Wedge, the footprint of the development would be extensive, and the siting of the buildings on it, as proposed, would unacceptably diminish its role as part of the area that maintains the physical and visual separation between settlements, notwithstanding that it would not physically result in coalescence. The proposal would enable an increased enjoyment of the Green Wedge by allowing the increased access to it. However, it's considered this would not be enough to outweigh the harm identified. As a material consideration, NPPF advises that decisions should avoid the development of isolated homes in the open countryside unless one of the following circumstances will apply. This would be inclusive of development that will represent the optimal viable use of a heritage asset, or would be appropriate enabling development to secure the future of heritage assets. The NPPF advises that local planning authorities should assess whether the benefits of a proposal for enabling development, which would otherwise conflict with planning policies, but which would secure the future conservation of a heritage asset, outweighs the disbenefits from departing from those policies. This paragraph recognises that in some circumstances, development that would not normally be given planning permission, as it would conflict with planning policies, may be justified if the development would secure the future conservation of a heritage asset and the wider benefits would outweigh the disbenefits of not adhering to the development plan policies. The case for enabling development rests on there being a conservation deficit. Simply put, this is the amount by which the cost of repair, restoration of a heritage asset exceeds its market value on completion of repair or conversion, allowing for appropriate costs. If the solution offered by the scheme, whether it's in tandem with other sources or funding, is not complete or was not part of an agreed phased approach, then it cannot be said that enabling development will secure the future conservation of the asset. The NPPF sets out the core decisions to be made around enabling development proposals, and it's important to remember the NPPF is in its totality needs to be considered as part of the process. Where development proposals are likely to adversely affect any heritage assets, this requires that the significance of those assets is properly understood and any harm proposed has a clear and convincing justification. In the context of the enabling development before members tonight, the application, as I said, seeks to secure a total of 97 dwellings in order to restore Overston Hall and the alterations to existing Sywell Road. Ideally, enabling development would not harm the heritage assets intended to conserve, and in some circumstances, it may be necessary to accept some harm if there are no reasonable alternative means of delivering or designing the scheme with less or no harm. Local planning authority should assess whether or not the benefits of proposal for enabling development, which would otherwise conflict with planning policies but would secure the future of the heritage asset, outweigh the disbenefits from departing from those policies. Clearly, there could be a tipping point at which the harm to the heritage asset's significance is so great that it makes the exercise of securing its future self-defeating. It might be better to accept the risk of further decay until an alternative is secured. Even when it's clear that enabling development is the only way to secure the future of the conservation heritage asset, local planning authorities will still need to assess whether the heritage asset and any other public benefits it would secure would outweigh the disbenefits of departing from those policies. Considerations in that assessment will include the importance and significance of the heritage asset, the nature of planning policies that be breached, the severity of those breaches, and whether the assets have been deliberately neglected and giving great weight to the asset's conservation. As a material consideration, the Historic England document enabling development and heritage assets sets out guidance and advice in relation to the approach, and any information necessary to consider the argument for enabling development. Use of this mechanism cannot be considered if there are alternative means of delivering the same outcome for the heritage asset. Equally, the harm resulting from the enabling development, contrary to other policies, is likely to be both permanent and irreversible. As such, this mechanism should only be considered as a last resort. The documents advise that proposal will be required to demonstrate other alternatives have been considered, and in making the case for enabling developments, a number of steps must be undertaken. These include the following: the need to carry out a condition survey of the heritage asset, which is in need of repair, undertaking options and considering whether those options are possible, an assessment of the costs and the repairs, assessment of the market values, and development of a detailed scheme for the preferred option, a development proposal that demonstrates financial contribution the development will make for the conservation of the asset, and the submission of a delivery plan that demonstrates how the heritage asset will be secured in a timely manner. In support of the enabling justification, a number of documents have been submitted for consideration, and these are listed in the report. In regard to the Historic England's Enabling Development and Heritage Assets document, and to further inform and provide verification of the documents submitted, as previously stated, these documents were subject to an accredited structural engineer to provide an independent review of the documents relating to the structure. And as you've previously stated, the report concluded that further information was required. It's also been stated within the report that the cost and viability assessment has not been subject to independent review by the local planning authority. However, without information to the contrary, officers at this stage do not challenge those values submitted. Whilst the structural condition of the heritage asset remains in question, officers have accepted that a conservation deficit can be demonstrated from the values submitted, and enabling development forms a valid mechanism by which part restoration can be delivered. Whether the benefits of this proposal for enabling development, which would otherwise conflict with planning policies, would secure the future of the heritage asset, would outweigh the disbenefits, are yet to be discussed. You'll see from the report that there are a significant number of objections from all heritage consultees, including our own heritage team, historic buildings and places, and equally the Victorian Society. Of particular concern are the proposed flats or apartments. You'll see from the report that the consultation responses describe the proposal as unimaginative or looking like an airport hotel, and including with the use of the proposed materials, it's considered that there could be more sympathetic proposals which could be presented before committees tonight. Fundamentally, the design is considered to require significant reworking in order to complement the location and the setting of the hall. In regard to the considerations, it's considered that the proposal would result in substantial harm to both the hall and the setting of the hall. The report has demonstrated that there's a presumption against the principle of development for construction of 70 new dwellings in the open countryside. But notwithstanding these policy presumptions, the NPPF advises decisions should avoid the development of isolated homes in the open countryside unless specific circumstances apply. And this includes enabling development to secure the future of heritage assets. It's recognised that ideally, enabling development will not harm the heritage asset it's intended to conserve, and in some circumstances may be necessary to accept some harm if there's no reasonable alternatives. Consideration in that assessment has considered, looks at the actual benefits of the proposal as well. And as previously stated, the park restoration, it's clear that it will address priority repairs. It will secure the authentic repair of key architectural features. It will find a new use for the hall. It will restore the listed 19th century steps and terraces and gates. It will conserve the upstanding structures and repairs damaged features and will sustain their significance, as well as contributes to the setting of the Overston Hall. The proposal will allow the provision of public access to the parkland that will be secured as public open space, and the contribution of the 77 dwellings and 20 houses, so a total of 97 units to the proposal, to 5-year land supply is also should be considered. It also contributes to the mix and type of dwellings for this area and economic contributions during the restoration and construction works. Equally, following disbenefits have been demonstrated. The site lies within the Green Wedge, and the footprint of the proposed development within the Green Wedge would be extensive, and the siting of the buildings as proposed would unacceptably diminish its role as part of that area which maintains a physical and visual separation between settlements. Whilst accepting that conservation deficit may be demonstrated, uncertainty remains to the condition of the heritage asset, which has the potential to undermine the proposed restoration scheme to be funded by this application. The enabling development as proposed includes necessary demolition to accommodate the new build, which will result in substantial harm to the heritage asset and its setting, and this will compound the substantial harm identified by officers previously. The size and scale and location and level of intervention proposed to the heritage asset and its setting demonstrates failure of the development to meet the requirements in achieving good quality design. And in the absence of a discrepancy of information relating to access, parking, and traffic, the proposals are able to demonstrate that safe and suitable access for all users is achieved, resulting in compromise the highway safety and adverse cumulative impacts on the road network. In the absence of the requested ecological impact assessment, there are outstanding biodiversity and ecological issues. The proposed enabling development while securing the future of Overston Hall, its parkland, and other benefits in the delivery of public open space, contribution to 5-year land supply, economic benefits cannot be achieved without resulting in substantial harm to the heritage asset, its significance, and with significant conflict to development plan policies which seek to secure sustainable, well-designed places. It's as a result of these cumulative impacts that the proposal is considered not to outweigh the benefits of the proposal. Is not considered to outweigh the disbenefits not adhering to the local development plan policies. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee for the officer? Councillor Keeble.
Thank you. I wonder if you could just show us any slides about the traffic arrangements, because I mean, there were surprising objections raised by highways.
How do I go back? I think it's the most previous one. So obviously the main widening of the access road was also part of the previous applications.
Sorry, I meant the junction with Sywell Road.
Yeah. I'll have to go back to the previous applications. So you can see there are a number of proposed works. And these are all highlighted by different numbers. So I've taken snapshots of each section so you can see what all the different elements are.
Chair, could I just come back to it? I mean, the thing that I was particularly concerned about, and this was why I was actually very keen for the deferral, because there is issues. I mean, there's a number of issues like the no affordable housing and the parking arrangements and stuff like that. But the absolutely key one for me was the roads one, which the officers highlighted. In particular, the junction as you come out of here onto Sywell Road, which is already a nightmare. Particularly around school opening time. And I mean, very often at planning meetings, we're trying to get highways to recognise as a problem of increased traffic. This time they've just, raised objections of their own accord. And they're very clear about it. And it just seems to me that, quite apart from these issues about the internal layout, the parking and the gated access and stuff like that, it's the prospect of an increase in traffic coming in and out of this access road onto a road which is already congested, has a chicane to try to do traffic calming, has some more traffic coming in from the new development, including the supermarket and so on, and where we don't have information from the officers that will satisfies questions about the safety of that junction, which is quite blind when you come in and out of it. And that's what I was hoping that in this particular application, we would be able to see in real detail, so that we could understand what the safety issues are, because already it is there's double parking, or there's unsafe parking. There's a lot of near misses, particularly at school coming in and out time. And I'm concerned about any increased traffic coming in and out of there. They don't know the bedroom numbers. They haven't got the number of parking spaces, the number of vehicles. And that would seem to me to need to be satisfied before we could approve these extra houses. And of course, this development is important for the viability of the one we agreed previously, that was agreed by the committee, the last two applications. So I wonder how we deal with that, because there's no way that I would agree to this application without getting a really good concurrent from the officers about what happens about the road safety at that junction for the school kids.
Okay, do you wish to come back on that?
There are still outstanding highway issues, and although the recent additional information has been submitted, you'll know from the draft addendum that those objections still stand. Let's not forget that this is an additional 77 houses going on under this current application.
I do note from the diagram that obviously there is parking for the primary school, and I do know the route. I'm fairly familiar with it, having travelled past it on a daily basis at school rush hour time, and I know what a nightmare it is where traffic parks all along one side, and you're faced with oncoming traffic. So I do see a benefit to having the parking spaces there for the primary school, which I noted is on there. So obviously members can be minded for that. Councillor Packer, do you wish to ask a question?
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to know who chose the design for the apartment blocks?
I would say that's the applicant who submitted the application.
Okay, so the applicant chose those and they're not open to any other designs?
I would say that the application before members tonight is the application that needs to be considered.
Okay, but we could ask for it to be changed, couldn't we?
I think that's for members to come to a view, but from my perspective, the application is what members should be considering tonight.
Okay, and who chose where to place the apartments?
Equally, in terms of the application, that's what's been presented by the applicant to this authority. So in terms of the position of those buildings, in terms of the design of those buildings, that's what's been presented to officers for consideration.
Okay, so WNC, for clarification, had no say in the look or placement of any of the apartment buildings?
As the case officer for this application, I have had no involvement in this in determining, or there's not been a pre-app submitted for my consideration.
Okay, that's not technically what I asked, but okay, thank you.
Any further questions for the officers? Councillor Furman.
Thank you. Sorry, could you just confirm for me, is that are you satisfied that that's the minimum amount on application for the restoration of the hall?
We don't have any information to the contrary to demonstrate otherwise, that's not the minimum.
Thank you.
Councillor Keeble.
Thank you. How many parking spaces have provided there for the primary school? And how many places are there at the primary school? How many children are there at the primary school? Because I think it's expanded quite recently. Well, from when I first arrived here.
We'll come back to you in relation to the number of parking spaces, but notwithstanding the number of parking spaces, you'll see from the comments from the Highway Authority that they're not satisfied with that situation.
Any further questions? Okay. We'll now move to public speaking. Can I get this back, please? With Peter Frampton and Jonathan Edis on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you, Chair. I firstly wish to address the recent comment from the ecologists alleging the site may meet ancient wood pasture and parkland, which is a subset of ancient woodland. The statutory definition is an area of woodland that has been continuously wooded since at least 1600. A review of the submitted heritage assessment, which has been with this council since March 2018, would reveal that in the 1600s, the woodland was to the east of the then hall, not the west. And for officers' reference, that's figure 1. The massive emparkment occurred in the 19th century, including the removal of some 30 cottages, some of which occupy the area of land for the enabling development. So with respect, the contention that this area of land may be ancient woodland pasture and parkland has just not been proven or is established. There is only one irreplaceable asset here, namely Overston Hall. The key issues are the statutory duty towards listed buildings, section 66 of the Act, and relevant national and local policies, particularly ENV 7, which says the council has a corporate target to restore, reuse, or sustain productive use of listed buildings with particular emphasis on Overstone Hall. The realities of this situation, which are endorsed by your approach to the previous application, are these. One, the ruins of the hall are listed. Their heritage significance is no longer that of the pre-fire building. Two, no one is suggesting that it's practical to restore Overstone Hall to its pre-fire state. Three, no party has advanced any evidence that restoration of the hall can be realistically achieved other than through enabling development. Four, partial restoration can only realistically be achieved through enabling development within the grounds of the hall. Five, no one has suggested the hall can realistically be restored to another use. Six, how much of the hall is restored and how much is lost is necessarily a compromise. Seven, the greater the restoration, the greater the amount of enabling development that would be required. Eight, there is no harm-free option. Nine, the area for enabling development has the least harm to the significance of the hall. And 10, doing nothing will inevitably lead to further decay. And as I made reference to one of the consultees earlier, the Victorian Society state this bluntly: without further use, Overstone is facing complete collapse and the irretrievable loss of heritage. The policy considerations consistent with the Section 66 duty are how to best sustain and enhance the significance of the ruined hall. Failing to do that will mean further harm. Achieving restoration will amount to conservation. And so the suggestion that doing these works erodes totally the significance of the hall as a heritage asset to amount to substantial harm is rejected for the reasons that I went through earlier. It has to be acknowledged that the key benefits come with some harm, i.e. loss of some parts of the ruined hall and the enabling development within the setting of the hall. So with respect, the issue for members boils down to this: is the enabling development an acceptable compromise overall? The applicant's case is there is on balance no better option. And fundamentally, no conservation officer, consultee, or third party has suggested any other realistic means of conserving Overstone Hall over the past decade. The officer's report focuses on the negative side of the heritage balance and has lost sight of the end goal, the restoration of the hall, so that what remains does not decay further, but can be enjoyed by generations to come, the epitome of sustainable development. There is no strong heritage reason for refusal. As such, the tilted balance is engaged. Other issues may be satisfactorily controlled by the imposition of conditions. I would like to see sight of the latest Highway comments. The applicant has submitted options for external appearance elevations of the apartment, some 7 versions, and put forward a condition requiring formal approval of these details. A pastiche is certainly to be avoided. Even if your ecologist does not concede the point I've raised concerning ancient woodland, the decision-taking has to factor on there is no alternative to having enabling development within the parkland. The area of land is the least harmful. Ancient woodland does not trump other irreplaceable assets. The hall is in the last chance saloon. There is wholly exceptional reasons why this proposal should be allowed, consistent with para 193C of the framework. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Councillor Packer?
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, just to be clear, did you choose the design of the apartments, or was it someone else who recommended it? Because did you just say 7 were?
Yes, we've got a team of consultants involved in this project, including chartered architects. So the drawings go in with elevational appearance. In discussion with officers, they raised some concerns about those elevation appearance. So we actually submitted 4 options for comment. We didn't get a comment. We've issued 3 more. We still haven't got comments. But I think that's because officers' approach has been not to support this. With the endorsement that this committee has given on the previous application, I would hope for much more proactive discussion with officers, finding solutions, not problems, and that would be including settling on the elevational appearance as well.
Thank you. Yeah, I've got concerns about the appearance as well. I don't think it sits properly within the site. I'm surprised that I was told that it was you that, or the applicant that chose it. Would you therefore be open to changing the design that's been put before us today?
Yes, indeed. And that's why the condition has been suggested, so that those details can come forward. When you're dealing with new build in the context of a heritage asset, there's two approaches. Some favour a pastiche to try and recreate or fit it in as a subservient structure to the existing building. The other approach is actually to adopt a more modern approach so that you can see the distinction between what is new and what has been restored. But we would welcome sitting down with officers, proactively looking at these options. Officers may have other options, and working with them. A condition can be, you have conditions on materials. There is no reason why you can't have a condition. We put the wording forward above damp-proof course level, no further development until those details have been approved. Perfectly a workable solution to the issue.
Yeah, thank you for that. Through you, Chair, I would like to have that condition actually put in, if it does ultimately go forwards, that the applicant puts forward more designs that can go through you to be decided on. If you then decided that the committee should have an input, then I think that is down to your discretion, Chair, if that's acceptable.
That could be confirmed.
I do have a couple more questions if that's.
Yeah, if you want to ask any more questions. Yeah, so Councillor Ware's next, and then we've got Councillor Keeble.
Can I just ask, the second part of my question was, who specifically chose where to place the apartments? Was that you, or was that WNC telling you where to put them?
We've acknowledged that necessarily this enabling development will cause some harm. That's firmly in the category of less than substantial harm, because the outturn of the development, the result is the enhancement to the listed building as it stands.
But just the apartment blocks?
Yeah, sorry.
Just the apartment blocks?
The apartment blocks cause some harm because they're in.
But was that your choice? That was yours?
Well, that was a choice in discussion with officers as to where on this site we could accommodate enabling development. And that close quarters around the hall was one of the locations. And we need this quantum of enabling development in order to achieve the restoration. So
you did have that discussion with
Yeah, indeed with your AD.
Okay, well, that's not what I've just heard. Just to clarify, so my last question, just to clarify, if you are able to salvage more of the interior than expected, internal walls, which are red brick, I believe.
Yes.
Would that be able to be incorporated into a new apartment block facade design?
Indeed, the more we can reuse, the better.
So that would be saving some of the fabric of the.
Indeed, and that can be part of a strategy. It can be covered in the construction management plan, or we can cover that. That isn't a problem. We can cover that.
Okay, thank you.
As I just wanted to say, as the officers have said a lot this evening, we have to deal with the application that's before us. The enabling development application before us is for the 66 dwellings on the sites as shown by the plans that are put before you. If members are unhappy with the plans, we might, because having a condition, it doesn't always meet the test, because one of the conditions is that it's a precise. We have to ensure not only can we meet that condition, especially if it's the pre-commencement condition, but we also need to be precise. At the moment, I'm hearing that members don't like the 4 blocks of dwellings, but the problem with conditioning it is that we might never agree between the parties, and then we would have granted planning permission. And as the applicant is saying, even if we have a pre-commencement condition that says we can't build above base course level, sorry, I'm reading my notes. It's stuck because there's an impasse between, and the tests for a planning condition are enforceable and precise. And at the moment, what you're proposing doesn't have precision because nobody knows if the members were to grant planning permission, what the dwellings on the site would actually look like.
Chairman, could I respond to that? Could I respond to that?
Yes,
please?
yes.
Yeah. The situation is, we could certainly have a pre-commencement condition. That is not an issue for the applicant. But what the members would be saying is, notwithstanding the elevational appearance as shown on the various drawings, no development shall commence until details of the external appearance of the apartments have been submitted to and approved by the planning authority. That's a perfectly reasonable condition. Now, you will know that negative conditions, you just have to have a reasonable prospect of being discharged. Seems to me we put 7 options for the elevational appearance. It's not beyond the skill set of Simon and Chung and myself and architects to come up with an acceptable elevational appearance for these buildings. So the reasonable prospects test is set. The mechanism of a notwithstanding pre-commencement condition, in my view, is appropriate and lawful.
Through you, Chair. I disagree with you, sir. It's a case of I have to, as a lawyer, consider what happens when we don't agree. And this is a pre-commencement condition that we have to be sure, more sure than not, that we can meet. There's a reasonable prospect of agreement, because if there isn't, you will get a base course level and nothing further.
The Grampian condition test, paragraph 37 of Circular 1195, is reasonable prospects. And there are reasonable prospects of reaching agreement on the elevational appearance of these buildings.
Through the chair, we're on to questions from the members to the agent, not debate between the agent and officers. If we could continue with questions to the chair.
I did ask the chair if I might respond to the point raised by the council's lawyer.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Sorry, on to Councillor Ware.
Thank you. I note that you have pointed out that the officer's advice said it may contravene Parkland issue. I also note on page 106 of the officer's report that 7.36 says, in response to these concerns, the applicant has responded as follows. As has been explained, in these particular individual circumstances, the conclusion we make is that the approach required to be taken for this planning application is to determine the degree of restoration of Overstone Hall that can be achieved from the enabling development that has to be sourced within the only land available to the applicant within the sensitive parkland setting, which requires a careful balance to minimise impact on the hall. So can you clarify whether you are or are not accepting that this may be a sensitive parkland setting, because your conversation and what the applicant has responded here, they differ?
Right. I accept it's a sensitive parkland setting, but it's not irreplaceable habitat in the context of ancient woodland, which has its own statutory definition. And that's paragraph 193 of the framework.
You can, yes.
That's understandable. I refer to my earlier comment. We have no ecology report for this site. We don't know what we've got. We've got no trench work going on. We've got no ecology report. So you may be correct, you may be wrong. We actually don't know at this point.
Well, we do have submitted an ecology report. The issue of ancient woodland has a statutory definition, continuously wooded since 1600. There is the emparkment by Lady Overstone took place in the 19th century. 1850s, 1860s. The cottages, the 30 cottages in the old Overston village, were to the west of the then hall. So they weren't in continuous woodland, and the plan that's in the heritage assessment clearly shows the area of woodland to the east of the hall in 1671. So that area clearly could be ancient woodland, but the land to the west, where this enabling development is, just hasn't got that 500-year patina on it.
Okay.
Through you, Chair, may I just ask for clarification from the officer? Are we talking woodland or are we talking parkland, please? Because I am getting a little confused between the two areas.
Could we ask Charlotte to answer that?
So under the irreplaceable habitat regulations, ancient part, the site is ancient park, could potentially be ancient parkland. Sorry. So under the irreplaceable habitat regulations, ancient parkland is a subset of ancient woodland. The issue is on the site is ancient parkland potentially, an ancient woodland. In terms of the location of the sort of parkland, sort of from Elizabethan times, being to the east of the hall, part of the issue is I think we don't know exactly where that hall is in relation to the existing hall. Ideally, what we need is a plan that shows the current site boundary overlaid on the old plans to demonstrate which bits are parklands and not, but we haven't got that information essentially.
Okay. Councillor Keeble, did you have a question?
There's a couple of them. I noticed that the local flood authority has got objections and has asked for further work and information and so on. And please could you say what you're doing about that? And the second thing is about the road access, in particular about that junction with Sywell Road. And whilst, you know, there are some parking bays there, but I mean, there has been space elsewhere for people to park. There is real traffic problems on Sywell Road, which have only increased with the extra development which is taking place roundabout. And that junction is of itself dangerous. The sight lines are very bad. So what improvements are you proposing to make, or what assessments have you made of the traffic flows in the area, and what proposals are there to improve the safety on the road, and particularly at that junction?
Thank you. We have submitted with this application a transport assessment. We have submitted a detailed drawing of the improvements to the road access, the junction with Sywell Road. We've demonstrated the required visibility displays will be achieved. We have provided a road safety audit stage 1. We've agreed that we will widen the public highway which runs up to the gated entrance to the hall with a footpath, and we will provide these 14 parking spaces, formalise that arrangement for the parking spaces to the primary school. We also, in making the application, offered a pedestrian crossing to the school. Your highway officers said it wasn't justified. But the applicant will still provide it if that's the wish of members, to provide a pedestrian crossing at that point. There are some issues, as I understand it. I haven't seen this latest letter. We've responded to the earlier comments from the Highway Authority. The road beyond the gate is a private highway. The last thing you want is it to be overly engineered like a suburban estate road. A single track carriageway can accommodate 300 vehicles per hour with passing spaces. We don't have anywhere near that amount of traffic. So the track widened to 4.8 metres will be sufficient for a shared use path. And that is compliant with manual for streets and LTN 120, which is the cycle route design. So we'd have a shared path, keeping the character of that access drive rural and appropriate to its setting, but we will do the improvements to the public highway. And our view is those improvements, and I think I said it to you, councillor, earlier in the week, that those works do not result in an unsafe situation, and certainly the cumulative residual impacts are not severe on the transport network. Very happy to put the pedestrian crossing into the section 106.
I've got a few. Can you talk about the flood risk?
Flood risk, yes, surely. Yeah.
Which is all there.
Yeah, we're in flood zone 1. So ordinarily that's not an issue. By virtue of the site area, you are required for a flood risk assessment. What you're looking at is ensuring that you don't cause flood risk off-site. We have put forward the old swimming pool as an attenuation pond. So we drain the roofs and the hard surfaces into that, and then the outfall goes into the lake. LFA want more details of the volume of that swimming pool and the discharge rates off the enabling development. We can provide that. And there's absolutely no reason when you're dealing with development in flood zone 1 why you don't have a pre-commencement condition. No development shall commence until a scheme for disposal of stormwater has been submitted to and approved by the LPA, and the LPA, and it includes things like management, which we can deal with. The strategy is there, but the details are not there, and I accept that, but they are matters properly to be controlled by a pre-commencement condition. And I accept drafting the conditions. Simon and I will need wet towels on our head, but we can do it. It's perfectly achievable to do it.
Have we got the drawings about the improvement to that junction? Because those didn't seem to be included there.
The comments which were received back from the local highway authority were only received today. And they have had regard to that additional information which was submitted by the applicant previously, regards to those junctions and the transport assessment which was submitted. And the comments are quite lengthy, but fundamentally the local highway authority have stated that the submitted information is insufficient to enable the local highway authority to complete a full and reasoned highway assessment.
Okay, well, that's very helpful. I mean, I think if I'm thinking rightly about the junction's actually hemmed in on either side, isn't it, by houses?
Houses
So
too.
there's
We've done some improvements to that, but we can't achieve necessarily a full suburban estate standard access road, and neither would that be appropriate. Standards should never be adhered to slavishly. The issue is whether when you depart from standards, you get to a situation that is not safe. Now, I don't know what's in the consultation at all. I'd like to look at that, like to meet with Simon and work through it. But it may be that planning officers need to make their planning judgment on the consultation response from the local highway authority, having regard to the spatial context of the access serving a listed building and being adjacent to a listed building.
Chair, the junction of Sywell Road and going down towards a gated area, that's public highway, isn't it?
From the gate down, yes.
Yeah, that's right. So the area that I'm talking about is public highway. So it is an area that there's got this isn't about having a nice little lane down to a rural area. This is about a public highway traffic junction, which has got bad sight lines and which is hemmed in on either side by buildings. And it's one that leads into a road, which has already got pretty nightmarish traffic, and where there's particular problems because there are children virtually just across the road coming and going to school. And that is, I mean, for me, that is more important than a listed building, I have to say. And that really needs to be addressed. And it's not the case that that is just a sort of like a a farm lane leading off a main road. That is a public highway junction, isn't it?
Yes, I mean, when you're dealing with traffic impacts, you look at what is the impact of traffic in the peak hour, and that's what the transport assessment will have done. We've got 100 dwellings here overall. In the peak hour, that's probably about 60 two-way movements, probably 40 out, 20 in. And you have to look at that and model that and say, does that increase in traffic result in a residual cumulative impact that is severe? That's a high bar test of national planning policy, NPPF 116. We provided a road safety audit to say it's safe. There may be circumstances where residents on this development have to wait at the junction before they can access out onto Sywell Road. And as I think I said to you, your committee earlier this week, the convenience of commuting car drivers forms no part of national planning policy.
Well, I mean, I take it really seriously that our highways people who are very, very slow to flag up difficulties have flagged up with this one, Chair, but that's for the discussion.
Councillor Packer.
Thank you. I would just like to ask why WNC Highways have only just responded to this now today. It's not in the report before us. We are only meant to be considering what's in front of us. What their comments aren't in front of us. So how can we consider anything they're saying on this application?
Chair, I would say that I actually asked and I was told that new designs had come in. So that's why I asked whether.
The comments are in the addendum from the local highway authority, and they're clear in terms of their objection to the proposals. And the only reason they've been summarised to that extent is because they came in late. However, I do have some comments in front of me, and it does say further concerns arise in relation to the alignment and geometry of the access, including the presence of long straight sections, which may give rise to speed-related issues, contrary to the safe operation of the constrained private road environment. The proposals for the turning head and localised widening appear to extend beyond the existing highway boundary, indicating a significant amount of third-party or highway land dedication may be required. This has not been clearly addressed and will need to be secured through appropriate planning agreements. Finally, the impact of the proposed layout at key conflict points, including the junction with the church, has not been adequately demonstrated. Swept path analysis is required to confirm that vehicles will not overrun into opposing areas or margins during manoeuvres. In the absence of this information, has not been demonstrated that the proposed arrangement would operate safely or effectively in practice. Accordingly, further information and justification is required to demonstrate that safe and suitable access can be achieved. That's just one of the items which are in the list of comments that have been submitted to us today. Unfortunately, the information submitted for us for further consideration was submitted 2 weeks ago. And as such, we have to give the Highway Authority a minimum of 14 days to reconsult on that information.
Any further questions for the speakers? If you want to reply. Do you wish to reply?
Sorry, did you wish to reply to that?
Clearly, I need to see the correspondence. Some of those issues really are matters of detail. We would, if we're altering the access road as we are, we have to enter a 278 agreement under the Highways Act. So that covers a lot of those issues that are raised in there about overrunning traffic and land forming part of the highway. That's covered by section 278. That's Richard Thomas's area of expertise. But I don't know whether that letter concludes saying that there is a severe residual impact. It makes reference to safety, but we have provided the road safety audit, which confirms that the junction would operate safely.
Okay, Councillor Furman.
Thank you again. I'll stay with the traffic for a second, but then I've got another question, if that's okay. First of all, Is the church in use already and the park, and that's where people access the park and the church?
Yes, I don't know how regular the church is used by worshippers, but that's where they park. So the formalisation of the parking spaces for the school, which would be in use out with ordinary services in the church.
Thank you. I picked up earlier on something Councillor Packer said about designs, because I'm a bit worried about the design that was shown to us on the impact for people using the park and the green space. But you said you offered 4 designs and then plus another 3.
That's correct.
Could you tell me what design we saw today?
Sorry, didn't catch
What
that.
design we saw today with regards to blocks?
Well, that was one of the options that we proposed, I think.
So
I don't know which.
Could we go back to that picture, please? Thank you. So, through the chair, could I ask the officer, please, why we only had the one design? Was that the first design that came through?
Fundamentally, there were a number of options presented to officers, but none of those options overcame the concerns raised by officers. So as a result, the original submission formed part of the proposal. We must remember that the submission before members tonight is the application which must be considered, irrespective of what was submitted previously on the options provided.
So no, where I'm coming at here was when we're looking, because we're looking at the design now, and you're telling us we've got to either approve or refuse. So was that the best design that was given to you for the less impact for the historical park?
Of the options which were presented, none of the options overcame officers' concerns. And so officers could not specify that there was a preferred option as such because they didn't overcome officers' concerns. So what was submitted is what formed part of the original application. It wasn't a choice that was made by officers.
Right.
It was an option which was presented as part of the application. And as the options didn't overcome those concerns, the officers don't have an option to present, an alternative option to present to the applicants.
Right, okay, I think. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Little.
So, visual impact is a consideration for this committee. I think it would have been. I'm curious about why this particular design was chosen. Is that standard practice just to show one design when a number of designs have been submitted? Was this the very first one that was submitted? I mean, we are looking at visual impact on this. It's a material consideration, and shouldn't we be shown the options that were submitted?
Yep.
I think members need to remember that we're not architects, we're not designers, but we can consider the impact of proposals on the visual amenity of the areas and the impact and settings of heritage assets. In terms of coming to a design, the applicants would have involved a number of professionals, and although this might not be what members want to see, this is the application which has been submitted before us tonight. We don't have an option to present to members a variety of options for them to select, because we have to consider the application, and we have to, and in looking at that application, we have to consider the impacts of that particular proposal. We could, for instance, say, well, you know, we could give alternative options for highway issues, but then that would widen the need to look at those elements across a number of people, not all who will have the knowledge or expertise to deal with those particular issues. I think it seems to me that members are struggling with the design of the apartments, and it's particularly the design of the apartments that members don't wish to proceed on. I'm aware that there are also concerns regarding the highways, and to date there are still concerns regarding ecology. In my view, there is an option whereby there could be time to defer the application, and for those considerations to be explored and then re-presented to committee. That may give further time for the highway issues to be addressed then, given that those highway comments only arrived today, for the ecology assessments to be carried out, and for an alternative design for those apartments if members consider that those apartments are agreeable in principle, to come up with an alternative design to re-present to members for their further consideration.
Do we have any further questions for the speakers? Yep.
Can I just ask how, when sort of the scheme was put together, how do you come about the balance of houses to apartments? Is that a profitability thing? Was it due to concerns over taking up too much of the parkland with houses? Kind of how do you get to the design?
Thank you. The discussions, the pre-application discussions we had with the AD and principal officers concluded that the area of least harm for the enabling development was that southwest lozenge. Then there is two ancient trees or veteran trees in part of it, so we shrunk it out. So you're then left with an area of land. The issue for enabling development is creating value, and you have to create value from floor space. And so there is a limit to what we can get into the lozenge, and that needs to be freestanding housing, so you get views through it and you don't have the scale. The area where scale is appropriate is on the east side of the hall, removing that sort of Gestapo-esque canteen block that's there at the moment. The principal elevation is the west elevation, and putting blocks into the sort of towards the south in that area of woodland. The tree officer had some comments on trees, and we moved them again to that. As I said right at the outset, there is a need here for compromises to achieve this overall balance. Consultees like highway authorities will just say, well, this is what the book says. But planning officers need to make that overall planning judgment. And I genuinely believe with the support from members to the restoration of the hall, then the mindset is looking for solutions, not problems.
Any further questions for the speakers? No, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
At this point, are any points you wish to come back on?
I think Councillor Keeble raised an issue about how many car parking spaces there were across the whole site. There's, from what I can understand, there's 217 car parking spaces across the whole site.
Sorry, there's 217 on the development, on
Yeah.
the associated with about 77 buildings. isn't
No,
it?
across both, across 96.
Across 96, so that's 2 cars per unit. What I was asking about was the number of extra parking spaces for the school, but I think in fact some of those areas are already.
I think they stated 14,
Yeah, it's
14 spaces, yeah.
And those, I mean, some people already park off the road because you can get in and park by the school, by the church anyways, can't you? So that's just a sort of a formalising of the use of that space. Is that right?
I also noted that you mentioned about the traffic flows in relation to the junction. And one of the other comments which have been submitted by the higher authorities that the submitted flow diagrams do not demonstrate the buildup of traffic across the assessment scenarios and do not allow verification of cumulative impacts. Insufficient information has been provided to enable a robust review of the traffic distribution impact assessment.
Can I just ask, Chair, I mean, the 200 parking spaces, that presumably assumes that there'll be at least 2 cars per household, or there'll be roughly 2, and then there'll be some visitor spaces. And then there's also the other, do the other properties that are already there, the other residential units in the school, do they use the same access road, or do they use a different access road, don't they? Thank you.
Councillor Ware.
Could I just ask for a point of clarification? The agent said 300 vehicles per hour with passing spaces on a single track road is actually fine. Does the highways report give us any indication as to capacity of a single track road with passing spaces, please?
I'm just trying to find it, but I did read somewhere that there was some concerns about the conflict of users along that track.
Okay, should we move to debating the application? Who wishes to go first? Yeah, the enthusiasm. Councillor Little.
Thank you, Chair. I think again, we are in a position where there are many questions. I think there's a lot of concern over the highways that need to be answered. There's also the design aspect, particularly of the apartment blocks, which I think needs resolving and talking about further. I certainly think that this is again, another tricky decision, and obviously one can't happen without the other. This is the situation. We have to have an enabling development. This is the enabling development without some sort of approval with this, obviously with reviews or whatever, or a deferral, however that happens. It's this has got to happen if we want the first to happen. So,
Councillor Keeble.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I don't think we can be held, you know, we are supposed to be taking the planning application that's before us on its merits. Is that right? Yeah. And that's what we're legally obliged to do. Now, so, you know, we couldn't take the previous planning application, you know, we couldn't take into account the same sort of traffic issues there, because we were looking at that particular planning application about, you know, about the conservation that we all wanted to see. However, that ship has been and gone, that decision's been made. For this one, I have to say, I'm really clear that I put the safety of the kids and the people using that main road above the interests of a building, however valuable and however, you know, supportive we might be of it. And you know, given the objections from the flood officers, which have not been resolved, and this is the first time that I've seriously ever seen our highways people flag up these kind of concerns. I mean, from my personal experience, you know, I know there are real pressures there, but certainly when the officers say this is a real problem, if it's the highways people, then, you know, I do actually sit up and take note. So I don't think that we can approve this planning application as it is. I understand it's an enabling one. The only thing we can do then is to defer and to see if the officers can reach any solution, because you know, obviously it creates real problems if we agreed the previous ones and we have issues with this one. But, you know, we have got issues with this one, and I don't think there's any way around it other than go for a deferral and see if the issues can be resolved by the officers. That's my position very strongly, and I would move that we defer pending some discussions and see if the officers can resolve the difficulties.
Councillor Back, and I come to you, Councillor Ware.
Yeah, I'm find myself agreeing with Councillor Keeble on this point. I would go down the route of the positive deferral that was mentioned earlier. There are issues, outstanding issues that need resolving that can't be resolved right now, including the visual impacts of the apartment blocks, WNC highways, ecology. These issues will need to sort in before the development goes ahead. I therefore propose that we use the positive deferral option tabled earlier, but include an informal PPA in place with a maximum of 3-month time limit. So WNC need to positively engage with the applicants on this process. And my proposal would be to positive deferral.
Through the chair, could I just clarify that the reasons for deferral would obviously be to enable officers to explore further designs with the applicant, to enable the highways comments to be addressed, and to enable the ecology matters to be addressed as well, and the flood risk matters as well.
And I would say that any design goes to the chair as well to be signed off, not just by officers.
And because it would be a deferral, it would come back to the committee.
So which part will come back to the committee?
All of it. All of it.
So which design would come back?
That would be a matter for officers as to which design they bring back, but the
With the agreement of the chair?
Yes, the entire application. would
That's
come
all
back to
that's all I asked for, so that's fine, thank you.
Second. Okay. Do we have a seconder for the proposal? Do we have, sorry, sorry? Okay, you carry on.
Thank you. I have concerns about this. Arup, who I would respect for their professionalism, have said that the structural conclusion about the hall is variable. Many areas have not been subject to detailed inspection, and they're not able to draw conclusions about what can be saved, what needs to be demolished. So given that this is a development to enable the conservation of the hall, how do we know that this proposal is going to be enough? Planning permission was granted previously, but didn't happen because it wasn't enough. So as it stands at this moment in time, this proposal is on a green wedge, development in open countryside, and in my view, contrary to BN8 as it stands. Now, with the intention of trying to find a positive way to save the hall, I would welcome the idea of getting more information. But again, I say the same as before, we have not got the information that we can take appropriate and responsible decision as it stands at the moment.
Through the chair, we do have a proposal on the table to do exactly that. If you wanted to continue to a second.
Yep. Do we have a seconder for the proposal? Sorry, Councillor Keeble. I'll come to Councillor Keeble first and then. Oh, you seconded it. Sorry, I thought you were going to comment. Confusion of hands. All right, okay. So we have a seconder for that. Somebody, do you wish to add?
Yeah, if I may, Chair, through you, that 3-month, I don't think we can be held to ransom on the 3 months, but we'll do with best endeavours. We'll try and come back to you as quickly as we can. I think if you were minded to do this deferral, you're absolutely right. How Chung laid that out earlier is correct. There's the lead local flood, there's the highways, there's the ecology. And and the lead local flood, highways, ecology. There is also the what the applicant's agent referred to, which is the section 106, which he tabled in the discussion. We can work on the details of that. And we can also look at the design of the flats, so we can return when we're ready and give you a scheme that hopefully will have addressed those issues. We can't guarantee that we will be able to, because if the highway matters aren't resolvable, then where do we go? And I understand the point about planning judgment, but this is a statutory constitution, so is the lead local flood authority. So we will do our best, if that's your decision, to make that deferral, to return and try and resolve all those issues as best we can.
Councillor Furman, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Not talking about the highways now, but I fully understand the officer saying about showing us the design on impact only, even though there were 7 designs. If we come back in 3 months for this, could we see all 7 designs or the appropriate design? Because that at the moment was just impact. Thank you.
You said it would be the one that you'd agree on.
I think the problem is you've got to think of what the trouble is when you're resolving to grant planning permission at the time that you want to make the decision on the basis of what's in front of you. We can't present options to you. We can go away and reflect on the concerns, and we think we've heard a good debate, and I think we can look at some of those ideas and come back to you with a proposal. But if all we're left with at the end of that, lots of work that would need to be done. If we've managed to overcome highways, ecology, and league local flood, and all we're left with is the design of the flats, then you're getting very, very near it. So I'm sure that will be something we can resolve at the time.
Any more comments? Okay, do we, are you wishing to summarise again, or are you?
For the benefit of the committee chair, I'll summarise the proposal from Councillor Packer and seconded by Councillor Little is to defer a decision on this application 0710 to enable officers to explore further designs with the applicant, to enable the highways comments to be addressed, to enable the lead local flood authority matters to be addressed, and to enable the ecology matters to be addressed and to be brought back to committee as soon as practicable.
I think it was Councillor Keeble that seconded it.
I had Councillor Little, but I'm open to either. Who would you like me to record?
Yeah. There's a frenzy of hands going on there.
Councillor Keeble then, seconder, for the record.
Yep.
To the chair for the vote.
Okay, can we see a show of hands in favour of the proposal by Councillor Packer? That's unanimous. Oh, you're abstaining, sorry, yeah, one abstention, sorry, I thought you had a hand up there. Okay, so that's the deferred. Okay. Yes, yeah, we'll take another 5-minute break.
if we use them a bit closer to our mouths, it's a lot better. So if we can remind everybody to use the microphones, that should resolve the issue.
Now that we're back again, we'll move on to item 9, which is number 7 Berry Lane in Northampton. I'll now hand over to Case Officer Rebecca Wilkinson Foster to begin the presentation.
Thank you, Chair. This application seeks approval for the change of use from residential dwelling class C3 to residential care home class C2 at 7 Berry Lane in Northampton. The application is recommended for approval subject to the conditions detailed in the officer report. This slide shows the site location plan. The property is a 2-storey semi-detached dwelling located in Wootton in Northampton. This next shot shows an aerial view showing the wider site and the site's location in regard to the A45 and the wider area. This closer shot shows the application dwelling indicated by the red dot, and to the east, the small circle shows the nearest bus stop, and the red oblong highlights where the road narrows to one lane, which is close to the application dwelling. The block plan shows the available on-site parking and the bin storage area to the front of the property. No external or internal changes are proposed, with the rooms benefiting from ensuite bedrooms, as the property was previously a house of multiple occupation. The property is proposed to be used as a 3-bedroom care home with staff sleeping room and staff office room, with a communal kitchen and living dining area where the children and carers will cook and eat together, similar to a family home. Photos here show the front elevation, with the garage previously being converted under permitted development prior to the change in ownership of the property. The photos here, one on the left shows the bus stop in the distance, and on the right, the road narrowing past the entrance of the dwelling. As I said, the proposal is for a residential care home for 3 young people aged between 8 and 16, and there will be a maximum of 5 residential support workers during the day and 3 staff members remaining overnight. The support workers will work 24-hour shift patterns with changeover at 10:30 in the mornings. Managers will also be on site during the day. The applicant has provided a range of supporting documents, including good neighbour, community engagement plans and sustainable travel policies. It is relevant to consider the fallback position of the site being used as a house of multiple occupation, which could be done without requiring planning permission, as it was previously used. Such a use could generate comparable or potentially greater parking demand, as multiple occupants could each have access to a vehicle, and without the same level of active management proposed under the current scheme. The proposed development, with its structured staffing, managed parking arrangements and controlled visitor access, is likely to result in a more predictable and less intensive impact on the street parking than the fallback HMO scenario. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee at this stage? Councillor Furman.
Thank you, Chair. I recognise the site is a sustainable location. It's next to services, transport. My only concern here, it's a semi-detached, and can it accommodate the proposed use without harm to the adjoining neighbour? Thank you.
I mean, so the site plan shows that there's the very full number of bedrooms. A normal family home might have impact on its neighbours. There's no, we can't say because it'll be a care home, there'd be more impact on the neighbours. That may be the same with the normal family dwelling or a HMO dwelling.
Any further questions? Councillor Packer.
Do we know if any enhanced soundproofing was put into the building before it became a HMO?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't know that.
Any more questions? No. Okay, we will now move to public speaking in the following order. We've got Gillian Greaves, who's a local resident.
Thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of the residents of Berry Lane. Residents, we've spoken quite a lot to the residents as we've been going around talking about this scheme, and residents are not opposed to children's homes. They're very concerned about the needs, and they understand that there is a statutory requirement to find accommodation for children. What we oppose, though, is approving this site without any evidence to demonstrate that it's either suitable and that there is a clear need analysis for it in this location. Is it a case of, any property anywhere? Because it just seems if I was going to buy a property in that area, I wouldn't have picked one in that very dense area and right on the edge of a restricted area. The officer's report focused heavily on whether or not the proposal is simply a HMO and just another family home. In doing so, the more fundamental planning questions risk being overlooked. Where is the evidence of need? Where is the strategic commissioning evidence and showing that it's the right location? And where is the comprehensive assessment of the impacts on neighbouring residents and the wider community? More than 70 objections have been submitted, along with a petition containing over 100 signatures. This is not a handful of people resisting change. These are residents who know the daily reality of Berry Lane. They experience the congestion, the parking problems, the lack of footpaths, and the difficulty entering and leaving their own driveways. My comments focus on one question: can Berry Lane safely accommodate the traffic, parking and access demands of a permanent 24-hour Class C2 children's home? Berry Lane is not a typical residential road. At this section where this property is, it forms part of the historic approach to the village and sits within the setting of the conservation area. At this point, the road narrows to an effective single running lane between the two cottages, as you can see from the photographs. It's become a 30-mile-an-hour rat run, and when larger vehicles meet or buses stop, traffic quickly backs up because there is nowhere to pass. I won't go into all the bends and that. I think the actual photographs that you saw have actually done that. But I would say, should we be putting vulnerable young people from living at 7 Berry Lane to walk to school or to the recreation ground when there is an area where there is no footpath and they have to walk on into oncoming traffic? Parking is already under pressure. We have several nearby cottages that have little or no off-street parking, and they rely on the limited off-street parking spaces in that section of Berry Lane. Vehicles cannot park opposite the driveways because the road is very narrow. I often get knocked at 7:15 in the morning to say, Jill, can you come and move your car because we can't get out? It's a persistent problem, but we work together as a community to try and alleviate it, but we have only got 5 parking spaces. The property itself is also constrained. It shares a driveway with a neighbouring property. Alison will tell you about that in a moment. Access is limited, and it relies on, this new scheme is going to rely on tandem parking, which we all know, if you've got to get out, you've got to move a car in front of you to get out, it's going to cause conflict, and when vehicles need to leave or enter. The officer's report concludes that the highway impact will be acceptable because there is no objection from the highway and because the proposal is said to operate in a similar way to a family home. Well, respectfully, neither point answers the planning question. The absence of an objection does not by itself demonstrate that this site is suitable, nor does a permanently staffed Class C2 children's home operate like a normal family dwelling. It's institutional. You have an office, you have sleepover, you have changing staff. The applicant's sustainable travel plan concludes that the transport impacts will be minimal and that the 4 parking spaces will be sufficient. It refers to cycle parking, despite there being no nearby cycle routes, and assumes staff will walk, cycle, use public transport, etc. Encouragement, however, is not a planning control. There is no evidence that these assumptions reflect how the home will actually operate. Crucially, there's been no site-specific traffic survey, no parking survey, no assessment of existing parking demand, no assessment of school drop-off and pick-up periods, no operational assessment of the cumulative impact of staff, visitors, deliveries and shift changes on neighbouring residents or the highway. The application also includes a good neighbour policy, yet the neighbours most affected were never consulted before the application was submitted. Had they been, many of the practical issues raised today could have been identified much earlier. Finally, members have heard professional evidence from an experienced children's home manager listed in the objections. It identified operational risks and highlights missing assessments, yet there has been no substantive response from Children's Services addressing those concerns. Without that response, the committee has no meaningful assurance that the risks have been properly considered or that appropriate safeguards are in place.
Can you
Planning-
conclude your statements, please? Time's up.
Time's up, right, okay. I've got one
Just
quick-
make a conclusion,
That's it.
please.
Planning decisions must be based on a robust site-specific evidence. In this case, the evidence is missing and the committee has not been shown that the constrained site can safely accommodate a permanent 24-hour children's home without unacceptable impacts on highway safety, parking or neighbour residents. And I thank the committee for bearing with me on that little extension.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions for the speaker? Councillor Ware?
Hello.
Hello.
Could you tell me, is the property vacant at present?
It isn't, no. Just recently, we've got people moved in. A young girl has moved in. So I think it's being let as a shared house and it's advertised on the internet as such, short lets. So that's happening at the moment. Generally in the past, we've never had any problems there. There's only usually been 2 people living there. So it's not really been problematic.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Furman?
Thank you, by the way. I had to get it on Google Maps to refresh my mind quickly. I'm right in thinking from Berry Lane, if they were to say go to school and for the bus stop, on that side of the road, there's no pavement, is there?
No, at the top, no, there's no pavement where you go through that. So from the house where 7 Berry Lane is, if you turn as if you're going to go to the recreation ground or the school, you've got to access a road where there is no pavement on one side and a very short, small one on the other side. And people have to walk up the middle of the road to access the High Street and Quinton Road.
And I know that's quite a busy road. If I remember, it comes
It's
down.
very busy.
It comes
It's the
down
rat
from
road.
the arterial, doesn't it? From
That's
the
right,
dual
yes,
carriageway, yeah.
M1, A45, and they cut through to the Newport Pagnell Road. That's you know, and to Caroline Chisholm and all the schools. So yes, it is busy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions for the speaker? No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We now have Alison Stant, who is also a local resident.
Good evening. I'm Alison Stant from number 5 Berry Lane. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak today. I want to start by saying this is not about whether children's homes are needed. Everyone accepts that vulnerable children deserve safe, supportive homes. This is about whether 7 Berry Lane is the right location for this proposal. I've been unable to find any local strategic commissioning evidence, any support from Children's Services for this location, or an explanation of why 7 Berry Lane has been chosen over other potential sites. Several of the support documents appear to be generic rather than prepared specifically for this property. They make broad statements about how the home will operate, but provide little assessment of the particular characteristics of this site or its relationship with neighbouring homes. The officer's report places considerable reliance on the applicant's proposed management arrangements. However, planning permission runs with the land, not with the current operator. The committee must therefore consider whether this site is suitable for a permanent Class C2 use, regardless of who operates it in the future. The provider's Ofsted inspection carried out in 2025 did not achieve a good judgment. I fully accept Ofsted regulates care standards rather than planning matters. However, if the recommendation depends heavily on confidence in how the home will be managed, I believe members are entitled to consider how much weight should be placed on those management assurances. The report appears to assume that everything will operate exactly as intended. Unfortunately, the reality of residential childcare is often more complex. Children in residential care can have changing and sometimes unpredictable needs. Emergencies happen. Professional visits cannot always be planned. Those realities are not a criticism of children's homes. They are simply part of providing this type of care. Members have also received a detailed objection from a deputy manager with 29 years' experience of managing children's homes, and that raises professional concerns about this particular site and how a home of this nature operates in practice. I respectfully ask that those professional concerns are given appropriate consideration. The proximity of this property to neighbouring homes is also an important consideration. Number 7 is a semi-detached property with my linked detached home immediately adjoining it. We also share a driveway. My partner and I both work from home, and my office is in the room directly adjoining number 7. Any increase in day-to-day operational activity would therefore be experienced immediately within our home and will inevitably affect the quiet enjoyment of our home. The houses are exceptionally close together. Our landing window looks directly towards the landing window and into bedrooms at number 7. This raises issues not only of residential amenity, but also privacy and safeguarding because of the close proximity between the two properties. Our home should be places of comfort, privacy and peace. This is not simply another family moving in next door. It would be a permanent change from a private dwelling to a Class C2 residential institution with dedicated staff facilities, office accommodation and staff present 24 hours a day. Because of the physical constraints of the site and the proximity of neighbouring homes, I believe those operational impacts will be experienced much more directly here than they would be at a larger or less constrained property. There's been insufficient consideration of the credible scenarios identified by the independent expert, despite those concerns being based on almost 3 decades of professional experience. As I said at the beginning, this isn't about whether children's homes are needed. It's about whether the applicant has demonstrated through robust evidence that this particular semi-detached property is in the right place for a permanent Class C2 children's home. In my respectful submission, that has not been demonstrated. So for those reasons, I ask you to refuse planning permission. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We now have Dr. Seema Haji, the applicant. Oh, no, not there. No. Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. I should hear from the ward members, not on my list of speakers. So if we go to the ward members first, then we come to you last.
Sure.
Yeah, sorry about that. So we'll go with Councillor Morris first. That's right. Yeah, this one.
Chair, thank you. I appreciate it's been a very long day, so I'll crack on and hope that you obviously appreciate the extreme importance of this, despite it not being as complex as the previous issues. So I speak on behalf of the 7 Berry Lane issue. I'm the ward councillor. At the outset, I want to make the point absolutely clear. My objection is not the principle of providing residential care for children with complex needs. I fully recognise, as do my residents actually, the importance of that provision and the valuable work carried out by care providers. I think we all do. The issue for us today really is this particular property suitable for the proposed use? That assessment must be based clearly by you people on planning evidence demonstrating that the proposal can operate without causing unacceptable harm to a neighbouring amenity. Having considered the application and the many concerns raised by local residents, I remain unconvinced that that is the case. Firstly, I have concerns regarding the suitability of the property itself. The proposal seeks to accommodate up to 3 children, as you've heard, with complex needs, with what is a relatively modest semi-detached dwelling in a relatively modest semi-detached dwelling. From the information provided, the property appears constrained in terms both of its internal space and communal facilities. There appears to be only one shared relaxation area for all of the occupants, which concerns me and certainly concerned one of my residents too, who happen to have worked with many children in a care scenario and understands the importance of that. Secondly, there is a question of this amenity space. The private outdoor space available is extremely limited, as you'll see on the plans. Yet the proposed use would inevitably place greater demands on both the internal and the external areas of the property. You, of course, must consider whether future occupiers would enjoy an appropriate standard of living accommodation and whether the site is capable of supporting that level of occupation too. Thirdly, I believe this proposal represents an over-intensive use of the site This is a significant change from a single family dwelling to a staffed residential care setting. That's really important you brace that and you get that. The operation will inevitably involve staff working shifts, professional visitors, deliveries, support services. While these activities are entirely understandable in the context of the service being provided, they nevertheless represent a considerably higher level of activity than you'd normally expect in such a dwelling. That's critically important too. In my view, the operational intensity is disproportionate to what this relatively small dwelling was designed to accommodate. Fourthly, I remain concerned about the impact on neighbouring residential amenity. Berry Lane is an established residential street. I've lived in that area for 3.5 decades. I brought all my children up there. I have 5 children. I know that personally, having also heard that many times from others. It's really important. Planning policy requires us all to safeguard the amenity of neighbouring occupiers, and I am not persuaded that sufficient weight has been given to the likely effects on those living immediately adjacent to the site, as you've heard. I'm also concerned that this is a semi-detached property sharing a party wall, for goodness sake. It's neighbours. You've heard from them. Whilst the application relies heavily on an operational management and staffing arrangements, I've seen no independent acoustic assessment, nothing, demonstrating that noise impacts have been properly assessed or that the existing construction will provide sufficient sound insulation. Without objective evidence, I do not believe the committee can be confident that neighbouring residential amenity will be adequately protected. Fifth, parking and highway matters remain unresolved. Residents have raised practical concerns regarding parking arrangements, and it is reasonable to anticipate those additional vehicle movements associated with all the things you've heard: staff, visitors, service providers, etc. This has the potential to place further pressure on existing on-street parking along Berry Lane, and I've seen that many times myself, by the way, and I do not believe those concerns have been adequately addressed. Finally, we must consider the character of the area. The proposal introduces a more intensive operational use into what is currently a quiet residential setting. The applicant has not, in my opinion, demonstrated that the proposal would preserve the established character of Berry Lane, or that this particular location is the appropriate for such a facility. Is appropriate. Again, I stress that this is not a question of whether children's residential care is needed. That, of course, is recognised. The question before us is whether the specific property is capable of accommodating that use without unacceptable impacts. Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the councillors? Nope, thank you. Did you say you have a written statement from councillor?
I do.
Councillor Kuss.
Thank you, Chair. This is a written statement from Councillor Laura Coos, local ward member for Nene Valley. And the statement reads as follows. As one of 3 ward councillors for Nene Valley, and as the ward councillor responsible for calling this application in, please accept my apologies for being unable to make this meeting today. My fellow ward councillors are in attendance. I wish to place on record my strong objections to this application with my clear view on why it should be refused. I fully recognise and support the need for appropriate residential provision for children and young people, to include those with social, emotional and mental health needs. This is an important and growing area of demand, and the right provision in the right location can deliver positive outcomes. However, this particular property and its location are fundamentally unsuitable for such use for the following reasons: conflict with local and national planning policy. The proposal fails to accord with the national planning policy framework, particularly in relation to achieving well-designed places and protecting residential amenity. It is also contrary to key policies within the West Northamptonshire Joint Core Strategy, including Policy H1, Housing, which requires development to respect the character of its surroundings, Policy BN3, Design and Placemaking, which requires development to respond to local context and protect amenity, and Policy S10, Sustainable Development Principles, which require development to minimise adverse impacts on neighbours and the wider area. It's an unsuitable residential setting. Berry Lane is a quiet, established residential area. The introduction of an intensive care use would materially alter the character and function of the street, conflicting with Policy BN3. Unacceptable impacts on neighbouring amenity. The likely intensity of use, shift patterns, comings and goings, and behavioural considerations associated with SEMH provision would result in increased noise, disturbance and activity. This would cause demonstrable harm to neighbours' residential amenity and living conditions, contrary to policy S10 and the amenity expectations of the NPPF. Inadequate internal and external environment. This property does not provide sufficient purpose-designed space to safely meet the needs of children and young people with complex requirements. This raises serious concerns about the suitability of the site to deliver positive outcomes. Highway safety concerns. This location is a known pinch point, already subject to significant pressure from everyday traffic, including buses and HGV movements, alongside documented issues with vehicle speeds, and it's almost opposite a particularly dangerous crossing point where there is very little pedestrian access on a busy junction. In addition to staff changes, shift changes, visitor movements and service vehicles would intensify these pressures. The proposal therefore fails to demonstrate safe and suitable access for all users, contrary to the NPPF requirements that development should not have an unacceptable impact on highway safety. There is an outdoor green space nearby. However, again, the pedestrian route access to this green space involves walking through a dangerous junction point. There is no safe pedestrian crossing to allow safe passage to access green space, and therefore this property is particularly dangerous and unsuitable for this purpose. Insufficient parking and service provision. The constrained nature of the site and surrounding road network gives rise to concerns about overspill parking, obstruction, and conflict between vehicles. Lack of appropriate supporting infrastructure. There is insufficient evidence that this site benefits from access to the level of specialist services and infrastructure typically required for this form of care provision. Risk of poor outcomes for residents. Locating vulnerable young people in an environment that is neither purpose-built nor suitably located risks failing to meet their needs and undermining the intended benefits of such provision. Harmful precedent. Approval would set a concerning precedent for similar proposals in unsuitable residential locations, leading to cumulative harm to residential character and amenity across the area. In summary, while the principle of providing care for children and young people with specialist needs is fully supported, this application fails to demonstrate compliance with both national and local planning policy and will result in clear and demonstrable harm. This is not a debate about need. The need is real and recognised. The question for this committee is whether the proposal represents the right development in the right place in accordance with policy. It does not. The evidence before you points to a site that is constrained, unsafe in highway terms, harmful to neighbouring amenity, and fundamentally ill-suited to meet the needs of vulnerable young people. These are not minor concerns. They go to the heart of sound planning and safeguarding. To approve this application would knowingly accept avoidable harm, harm to residents, harm to highway safety, and harm to the very children this provision is intended to support. For these reasons, I urge you all to give full weight to policy, to evidence and to common sense, and to refuse this application. And that concludes the statement of Councillor Coos. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We now have Dr. Seema Haji, the applicant.
Hi, members. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. So I'm a director of See Happy Homes Limited, and I am here in support of the application for change of use at 7 Berry Lane. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge the concerns raised by local residents. We understand that any proposed change within a residential neighbourhood can generate questions. However, many of the objections that we have read appear to be based on a misunderstanding of what is actually being proposed. This is not an institution, a medical facility, or a secure unit. It is a small, professionally managed children's home, providing a safe, stable family environment for up to 3 vulnerable young people, but we could accommodate this as a solo accommodation. It will operate as a normal residential home with experienced staff providing care and support. See Happy Homes currently operates Cricklade House in Northampton, which has been established for over a year. Contrary to the statements from the previous local residents, it has achieved a good Ofsted rating. I have a copy of it, should members wish to refer to it. And importantly, has generated absolutely no complaints from neighbours or no harm. The same manager and responsible individual who have significant years of experience, having worked in outstanding homes before, who work at Cricklade House currently, will oversee Berry Lane, ensuring the same high standards of care from day one. There are 5 key reasons why I ask members to support this application. Firstly, there is a clear and evidenced need. Speaking of need, I contacted Northamptonshire Children's Trust to determine whether there was a need for this type of accommodation at this specific location, having provided the full address of 7 Berry Lane. I come to this meeting today with evidence of 2 email responses from NCT, which the members can have a look at, which clearly confirm there is a significant and ongoing need for suitable homes. With the ongoing shortage of suitable children's homes in Northampton, resulting in many young people being placed outside of the council, far from their families, schools and support networks. The proposed C2Us at 7 Berry Lane would directly contribute towards addressing the recognised shortage. Secondly, under the Children's Act 1989 and Children and Social Work Act 2017, local authorities bear a statutory duty to provide or secure suitable accommodation for vulnerable children in care. This is not discretionary. It is a legal obligation. The 2023 Parliament written statement on planning for accommodation for looked after children explicitly states the planning system should not be a barrier to provide homes for the most vulnerable children in society. When care is the best choice for a child, it is important that the care systems provide stable, loving homes close to children's communities. This statement confirms that local planning authorities should give due weight to and be supportive of applications for accommodation for looked after children that reflects local needs, and that the planning system should not be a barrier to this. Thirdly, there is no evidence of unacceptable planning harm. The Highway Authority has raised no objection. Environmental Health has raised no objection. Northamptonshire Police has raised no objection, and neither has the Council's Heritage Officer. Fourthly, this application seeks permission for a family-style residential home for up to a maximum of 3 children, but we may also have a solo accommodation. No extensions are proposed, no external alterations are proposed, no additional buildings are proposed, and from the street, the property will continue to appear exactly as it does today. I just want to note that there are several care providers, children residential homes throughout nationwide, which are either terraced houses or they are semi-detached, and there have been no issues. The home accommodates up to a maximum of 3 people. Staff operate on an extended shift pattern, which reduces vehicle movements because of carpooling. And lastly, some objections have been framed around concerns about future behaviour of children who may one day occupy the property. The Equality Act 2010 prohibits discrimination based on protected characteristics, including disability and age. In conclusion, this proposal will not create a secure unit or a clinical facility or an institution. It will not alter any appearance of the property. It will simply provide a home for up to 3 people who, by law, must be provided with one. These young people deserve the same opportunity as any other child to live with a normal residential environment. I respectfully ask members to support the officer's recommendation and approve the application. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Councillor Weston.
Thank you. Can I just clarify? I know the documents say 3 children, and is it up to 5 staff plus a manager, or is that including a manager? It's worded in a few places as being, you've said parallel to a family home, in a family style setting, but I think, is that misleading if there's 5 adults to care for these 3 children or up to 3 children, or is that 5 staff on a rotational basis, or would there be 5 members of staff at all times to care for those children?
Okay, so the planning application said up to 5 staff. So during the day, we will have the registered manager in the home. We will also have, depending on the need of the child, probably 2 or 3 other staff. So there would be 4 people. Just to note that in the evening, there will be one carer sleeping and 1 waking night. So there will be only 2 in the home. The deputy manager may also be there and work shifts. That is very dependent on the children. Currently at Quicklade House, we have 2 staff in the home at any time, and we have 2 children in the home. Thank you.
Any further questions from the committee? Councillor Thurman?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I'm sure you're going to be able to explain this for me. So it's vulnerable children, you know, we're all corporate parents.
Yeah.
And we understand the needs for them. And but what worries me, we've heard from the previous application with the other members, is the road outside, because there's no pavement there, as you know. Was that assessed when choosing a home? Because I'm worried about with vulnerable children,
Yeah.
if they run out.
Yeah.
You know, is there some sort of, I know you're not saying it's not a security unit, but is there some sort of security being taken on that?
Yes. So previously in Quicklade House, we had a young person who loved to go missing. And based on our report, since that young person came into our care, they did not go missing. So we have, so we risk assess, we put mitigations in place, and sometimes they're called deprivation of liberty. So the doors are locked, so they can't actually leave. But in any case, every time a child is sort of approaching the area of the door, there's always a member of staff who is available. So yes, there's a lot of risk assessment depending on that, the young person and their needs. We risk assess everything. And this is something that we don't just put out there. We're in constant conversation with NCT. We're in constant conversation with the social workers. And this really, there's essentially no damage limitation. There's just risk mitigation, and we haven't had that. So we've got all our measures in place to prevent that from happening. In terms of the children going to a provision like a school or going to a doctor's appointment, we will either be taking taxis, because we wouldn't expect them to walk on the road because we would know that it is unsafe. Currently, we have a company car, and we would be purchasing another company car for them to go back and forth from wherever they need to be.
Thank you. So you'll be taking them backwards and
Oh,
forwards
yes,
to school and
absolutely.
whatever.
Oh,
They'll be looked after.
absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, thank you
Yeah.
for answering.
Come.
Councillor Little?
Thank you, Joe. Looking at the location on Berry Lane, there is very much a lack of any green area, green space for the children to play on. I mean, it's with these children, they need, if they go outside, presumably they have one-to-one supervision at all times. Is that correct?
That depends. So depending on the needs of the child, it could be 1-to-1, or it could be 2 members of staff going out with that one child.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a curious location because there really isn't any green space around there. I'm not sure that's really a planning consideration, but I just think it just seemed to be a strange location there. But anyway.
So yes, so 7 Berry Lane, as you enter the property, we have like a massive garden. So they've got the area that it's massive enough to have a football net. You know, you can stretch a net across to play badminton. Currently, Quicklade House in Northampton is probably a quarter size in terms of the garden space that we have in 7 Berry Lane. It's quite big, number one. Number two, if the young people do want to go to the park, it is really not far. Just jump in the car and go with the carers, and that's fine.
Any further questions from the committee? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any points you wish to come back on this stage? No. Okay, so we now move to the committee to debate the item. And who would like to go first? Councillor Ware.
Before we get into debate, could you just clarify for me, is this a HMO or is it a private residence?
It's been previously used as a HMO, but it could go back to a private residence.
So it has classification as a HMO?
No, it was used as a HMO. It didn't, the room size didn't mean it needed a license. It can be used as a HMO under permitted development.
Okay.
So it's not been classified as a HMO because it's not big enough to need that.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone wish to open the debate? Raring to go here. Okay. No, does anyone wish to make a proposal? Councillor Ware.
Before we make a proposal, may I just remind all councillors that we as a council did sign up to the belonging charter, and finding appropriate places where children with special needs or who need special level of support in a proper community would add value and would be in line with the belonging charter.
Thank you. So do we wish to have any more comments, or do we wish to move to a proposal? Councillor Tarbin.
If there's no more comments, I'd be happy to propose that we go with officers' recommendations.
Okay, do we have a seconder for proposal? Councillor Ware.
Thank you, Chair. The proposal from Councillor Tarbin and seconded by Councillor Ware is to accept officer's advice and approve the application in accordance with the recommendations, subject to the conditions set out in the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can I see a show of hands in favour of Councillor Tarbin's proposal? Those against? Abstentions? Okay, so that's approved. We now move on to item 10, which is number 34 Knightscliffe Way, Northampton. I'll now hand over to the case officer, Andrew McCreel, to begin the presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Item 10, 34 Knightscliffe Way in Duston. This application was deferred at Planning Committee on the 18th of June for members to undertake a site visit, which took place on Tuesday. To recap, this is a retrospective application for a detached single-storey building which has been constructed in the rear garden of number 34 Knightscliffe Way. Committee members were able to view the building from the rear garden of the host dwelling. Can you? There should be a photo from inside the garden. That one there. That's it. Yeah. Yeah, that's the photo from inside the garden, which, as you can see, looks something of a building site at the moment. There's also another photo at the end. That's from the rear of the house on, I think it's Edge Hill Road, and there's another photo of the rear. That's from number 40, Knightscliffe, from their rear garden. Number 34 has prior approval for an upward extension to the bungalow to make it into a two-storey house. Apparently the applicants intend to live in this outbuilding while their bungalow is extended. And once construction work is completed, it's intended that the outbuilding will be used as quite a large garden room ancillary to the house. The officer recommendation is to approve the retention of the building as there are limited views of the building in the street scene and is not considered to have any adverse impact on the character and appearance of the area. But the approval should be subject to a condition to ensure that the use and occupation of the building remains ancillary to the house.
Okay, so at this stage, do we have any questions? Councillor Packer?
Thank you, Chair. Why isn't the garage shown on the red line map? The garage, why is it not on the map?
I don't know.
It should be, shouldn't it? It takes up part of the garden.
Yes, that's true. Yeah, no, it's not on the.
It would give the impression that the outbuilding is taking up less room than it technically is, would it not?
Although the garage does have one advantage of actually obscuring the building from.
Well, technically, the garage isn't there, so. Should it be there? Yeah, I think maybe the question. If it's not on the map, should it be there?
Not necessarily. It is there.
Well, I saw it was there.
I
That's
saw
why
it
I'm
on
asking
Tuesday.
why it's not.
Yeah.
Also, the floor plan wasn't in the report. It was only in your presentation. I think that would have been an important part of our deliberation here to actually see that before today. Because it does show its livable conditions, doesn't it? It's
Yeah, you could definitely live in it. It has toilet facilities, a bedroom and a utility room and a kitchen. But it doesn't appear to be a house. It doesn't have a proper front door.
It's subjective. But...
And there isn't a sort of clear separate access to it. You've got to go into it, as far as I can see, through the kitchen sort of doors as shown there, and you've got to go through the garden of the host dwelling.
Why isn't the footprints of the bungalow and compared to the outhouse shown? When we're comparing these on a subservient basis, we should see how big they are compared to each other.
So can you repeat
How
the
big is
question?
the outhouse compared to bungalow?
Have we got the site one? The outbuilding probably takes up from that less than half of the original rear garden.
Councillor Little?
Yeah, as Councillor Packer says, there's a garage, so it's, it doesn't take up half of the rear garden. It takes up quite a large proportion of the rear garden because the other section of that is a garage. So it's actually taking up probably more than half the area of the garden.
Through you, Chair, but yeah, I mean, obviously we're looking at the outbuilding as part of this assessment, and clearly this outbuilding, in terms of its proportions, doesn't take up all of the kind of like the curtilage or half the curtilage of the property. I take your point about the garage, but that's obviously separate, and that's not for consideration for this application.
I think the point was that there's less garden there than is actually shown. I think would be the point.
Yes, I take your point. Yes, but there is obviously a large curtilage for them to accommodate a numerous outbuildings.
But your condition 2 states that there isn't enough room for there to be another dwelling. Otherwise, it'd be too cramped. But these are the points that we're going to have to decide on, isn't it? So if you felt the need to put that condition in there in the first place, and clearly you are worried that it would be a livable separate unit.
No, it just makes it easily enforceable from a kind of like a planning point of view. If you attach such conditions, which are very typical for outbuildings or annexes, just to make sure that they stay ancillary, then they're easily to enforce from a planning perspective.
And how often do we enforce planning like this?
I wouldn't know.
Yeah, through you, Chair. The application before us is an outbuilding that is being used as ancillary to the main dwelling house. If we go and search, or if we hear neighbour complaints that it's not, obviously we have planning enforcement powers to go and have a look. But the application before you this evening is as an outbuilding that is to be ancillary to the main dwelling house. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further, Councillor
Back on that, yeah. The conditions have to be reasonably enforceable, though, don't they?
Yes.
Any further questions? Councillor Furman.
Thank you, sir. Going back to the officer's report for this building. Given the building contains 4 facilities of day-to-day living, including kitchen, bathroom, sleeping space, on what basis is it considered incidental rather than a separate dwelling? And I'd like to know also in the, when last time we were given the report, that you said that this was only 55 centimetres over height, which is actually in fact 550 millimetres, and it's nearly a metre over height. If they'd actually applied for the planning permission, would this have been accepted?
The height is I mean, yes, it exceeds the height at which the maximum height that they could build it without requiring planning permission.
Yeah, but they've gone over that height. So
yes, well, we now have a planning. Yeah. That's why we have the planning application.
And it's a retrospective planning application. But what I was saying is, if they'd actually put in a planning application, would then that have been refused if they'd gone over height?
It depends on the degree of increase in size. I mean, planning officer's view on this is that height is just about acceptable.
Mm. I know that's your view on it, but I always look at these things, would I want it at the back of my garden? Okay, but there is also visibility from the street. I noticed you took it from that side and not the other side, the photo showed.
There's very limited visibility. Yeah. You don't get to see a sort of entire sort of flank elevation or anything, just really sort of corners of the roof.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? No, okay. We'll now move on to public speaking, and we're starting with Kim Kerr, who's a local resident.
Good evening. Thank you very much for letting me speak. We were concerned about the potential size and usage of the development when the groundwork and utilities were installed and made our objection known to the planning inspectors. We were told that there was no objection available as the applicant was erecting an outhouse under permitted regulations. As you know, these are contained in the statutory regulation in Schedule 2, paragraph E of the Town and Country Planning, General Permitted Development, England, Order 2015. The applicant could quite easily have complied with the regulation by limiting the height of the building to 2.5 metres, or by ensuring that the erected building was more than 2 metres from the adjoining boundaries. They chose to ignore both options, exceed the permitted development regulations, and then apply for retrospective full planning permission. We believe this was a deliberate ploy to circumvent full planning permission and that the building was always intended to afford independent living provision. We of course accept that the committee has the discretion to allow planning permission that exceeds the restrictions contained in the statutory regulation, but we would ask that the committee are mindful the intention of Parliament was generally designed to protect the environment and neighbours. We would ask that the committee are guided by the principles contained within the statutory regulation and bearing in mind the applicant's building construction industry experience, believe that they have disregarded the regulations. What I would say also from the discussion you've just had is that if you actually went to number 34 Knightscliffe Way and the edge of Wenlock and looked through 94, you can blatantly see it as large as life. If you take the pictures from the house number 36, if you stand on the corner of Wenlock and 36, you can blatantly see it from the end of the road. The only pictures that you've taken are from number 34, where it is obscured by the garage. So you can actually see it from Wenlock Way as you drive along. It is too tall to be 50 centimetres from my boundary, according to the planning regulations. The bathroom window cannot open fully because it would hit my fence. If there is any fire at the front of that building from the kitchen, which if you go into my house, you enter my front door into my kitchen. So that is a possibility, and lots of houses go directly into kitchens from the front door. And the only exit they have is through that bathroom window. It's 50 centimetres wide and it doesn't open fully. I'm nearly out of time, but again, it's about people chancing their arm, building properties. When he built that property to 2.8 metres, he had to do that because the window in the bathroom would have been below my fence and it would have gained no light at all. There was a deliberate act to build it too high, to then request retrospective planning and get away with bypassing all the regulations that exist. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? No. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We now have a verbal statement from Councillor Vincent Clive, who's the local ward member. Sorry, yeah, Karen, yep. Yes, it's verbal statement.
Thank you again for listening to me this evening. I'd like to briefly reflect on how we have arrived at this point, as it is relevant to the weight you may wish to give this application. It is fair to say that it is regrettable that matters have even progressed to this stage. Residents have been raising concerns with our planning enforcement team since at least November 2024, when this development was at a footing stage, particularly in relation to the scale of the development and its proximity to neighbouring boundaries. These concerns were not unfounded then, and they now relate directly to the planning application you're asked to consider this evening. With the benefit of hindsight, it's unfortunate that those concerns were not addressed 18 months ago, as this may have avoided the need to consider a completed structure of this nature now. As a result, the committee is now faced with a retrospective application for a building that has been finished, rather than assessing a proposal in advance. You are now also being told by our planning officers that this is a relatively minor matter of height and closeness to boundaries. However, that does not go to the heart of the issue and risks mischaracterising the true planning position. The central issue is not simply one of scale, either height or mass, or siting, which would be sufficient on their own, in my view, to reject this application, but it is also the nature of the building itself. You are being asked to regard this as an incidental annex, but have already heard how the intention is to use it as a sole dwelling on the site through building works. I made the case at our last meeting that this was a fundamental mischaracterisation, and I want to make the case again now so it is clear in your minds. When assessed against the established planning law, the characterisation that this is merely an incidental annex is difficult to sustain. The courts have made this position clear. In Uttlesford versus Secretary of State and White 1991, the key test is capability for independent occupation rather than how the structure is described. And in Gravesham versus Secretary of State 1984, it is confirmed as a matter of fact and degree based on the actual physical characteristics and functional independence. And in appeal decisions, inspectors have found that where a building contains the facilities required for independent day-to-day living, it is likely to constitute a separate dwelling. Members, that is precisely what you're dealing with here. This building is physically detached from the main property rather than being subservient to it, and includes a kitchen, bathroom, toilet facilities, and sleeping accommodation. It is, in practical terms, capable of operating as a self-contained unit, and on that basis, and applying case law I have referenced, it would very likely be treated as a separate planning unit. It is also important to note that this is not a matter that can be resolved simply through condition. You cannot condition away a physical reality. Case decisions show that the physical characteristics of a building carry more weight than imposed restrictions, and that where a unit is physically capable of independent occupation, it should be treated as such in planning terms. If it is capable of independent occupation, it cannot be considered ancillary, and therefore this application is fundamentally flawed, as is the recommendation for approval. To my mind, the committee is left with a clear question. Are you satisfied that this is genuinely incidental to the main dwelling, or does the physical reality point to something more? To my mind, the answer is clear. The building has all the characteristics of a separate dwelling. It should be assessed on that basis. To approve it as incidental would risk undermining the application of well-established planning principles and would not reflect the reality of what has been built. The retrospective circumstances in which you are considering this application only reinforce the need to focus on the facts as they exist today. When those facts are properly considered, the development is not policy compliant and should not be regularised. And for those reasons, I again respectfully urge you to reject the officer recommendation and refuse permission. Thank you.
Thank you. Are any questions from the committee? Councillor Ware.
Thank you, Councillor Clive. You mentioned that this annex is going to be used as a sole dwelling whilst the bungalow is extended. What do you base that assessment on, please?
Base that on the planning officer's comments at the start of this section of the meeting,
Where he said they were going to use it as a living space whilst they.
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the family?
I'm not, no.
Okay. They have a 2-week-old baby.
Okay.
On a building site as they're trying to develop their family home, and
I'm sorry, I don't think that's a relevant planning concern.
The point is, well, the point is, there's no evidence that this is a sole dwelling. If you have a building work going on, you need to be able to find some space. So I'm not sure that I agree with your definition of sole dwelling.
I just repeated, well, the definition was applied based on what the planning officer said at the start of his statement.
Okay. Any further questions? Councillor Packer.
Can we just clarify, please, if that point was actually material planning consideration?
Through the chair, personal circumstances are not a material planning consideration. We're only here to determine the land use.
My apologies, Chair.
That's okay. Any further questions from the committee? No. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We've now got a written statement from Councillor Hayley Adkins, who's also the local ward member.
Thank you, Chair. I have the statement in front of me and it begins as follows. I wish to object to the retrospective planning application at 34 Knightscliff Way, Northampton, as I believe if passed it will have an adverse effect on the local neighbours, especially the adjoining ones. I could not attend the committee meeting on Thursday the 18th of June, but have listened to the YouTube recording in which I heard Kim Kerr express her grave concerns. From this, I know that a site visit is taking place prior to tonight's meeting, from which the committee hopefully could see the issue. The OS map pictured on page 193 shows the outbuilding is as wide as the garden, meaning the toilet/utility room window mentioned on the side of the building is extremely close to the boundary line of the two properties. This proximity is not in keeping with the character of the area and sets a dangerous precedent for repeat invasions of personal space. It creates a direct and harmful loss of privacy. NPPF paragraph 130F cites the direct overlooking into neighbouring private gardens is a clear loss of amenity because the use and enjoyment of the neighbour's garden would be hugely reduced, if not lost too. Collectively, there is a material harm to privacy, amenity and the character of the area, so I respectfully ask that this planning application is refused. Thank you, Chair. That concludes the statement of Councillor Hayley Adkins.
Thank you. Are there any points you wish to come back on?
No.
Okay, thank you. So we now move to the debate of the application. Does anyone wish to make a start? Councillor Furman.
I was hoping the applicant would have been here tonight, so I might have been able to change my mind, but if not. For me, the impact on neighbours, in my view, is being underestimated. This is a large structure, close to the boundaries, and nearly 2 feet higher than expected. It is not insignificant, particularly for those who have to live alongside it every day. Planning is not just about what can or cannot be seen from the street, it's also how development affects other people directly. Have the officers, building control, or any other relevant inspectors formally signed off the building in its current form, particularly given that all the utility connections appear to have already been completed?
I'm not aware of
No.
anything that's been signed off.
So you see, that worries me, the safety aspect. And especially if you said a child as well, I know that's irrelevant in planning, sorry. So can the officers clarify whether the existing water, drainage, electricity and other utility connection form part of the assessment when concluding that the building remains an auxiliary rather than functioning as an independent dwelling?
Through you, Chair.
Yep.
An ancillary building is not its size or its shape, or it's what it actually is used for. Sorry, apologise for that, Councillor Furman. It is what it's used for. So if it is just used by the residents of the extensive house, because they've got building works or whatever, and it's always used, it's only not an ancillary building when it starts having a separate dwelling, a separate person who lives there. If they rent or lease out that building, then and only then can we take enforcement action. Up until that point, it's an ancillary dwelling.
Yeah, because unfortunately, as I pointed out, no one's here to explain that to us. I think that's really about all I've got to really say. I'm very concerned about the retrospective nature of the application. The building has been constructed first and permission sought afterwards. I think if we prove this, we risk sending a message that it's acceptable to build first and ask later, which undermines the planning system as a whole. Taking all this together, the scale and the self-contained nature of the building, the impact on neighbours, and the reliance on conditions, which enforcements can be very difficult, I do not believe this is truly an incidental development. I do not believe it is acceptable. For those reasons, I cannot support the officer's recommendations. Thank you.
Any further comments, Councillor Little?
Just to echo that, the size, the scale, the height, the fact that it admitted it's going to be living accommodation, I would have to go against officer recommendations and oppose this as well.
I did attend the site visit, and I did sort of measure it in places, and it was less than half a metre away from the fence. So it kind of varied a bit. So some places it was about half a metre, other places only about 40 centimetres. So it is pretty close. Also, the thing that struck me, I think, was also that the materials used wasn't sympathetic to the actual areas. It wasn't kind of in keeping, which is another, I think, consideration, I think, with that. So Councillor Ware.
I'm yet to be convinced that this can be used as a sole dwelling. It's been described as a summer house, an annex, and there is a proposal that there is a condition on it that it's ancillary to the main dwelling. Therefore, I'm inclined to go with officers' recommendation and approve this. I do appreciate retrospective planning applications are somewhat irritating, but we have to look at it as a planning application.
Councillor Furman.
Could one would just debating that, Councillor Ware, fully appreciate what you said. Considering it's not been signed off and all the utilities are there, would you feel safe for anyone being in there?
Through you, Chair, I believe that that's a building reg issue, not a planning reg issue.
Okay,
Through
thank
you,
you,
Chair,
Councillor.
I just wanted to agree with Councillor Ware. It is a building regulation, not a planning consideration.
Any more comments, or do we wish to move to a proposal? Councillor Furman.
I propose we refuse this application, please, on the grounds that it can't be proved whether it's incidental planning, and it's too high as well. It's overbearing on neighbours, so therefore I think it should be refused.
I can give you some planning policies if you want, Chair.
Okay, yeah, would be helpful.
Let's see, the siting within the rear garden would amount to unacceptable form of backland residential development, resulting in the overdevelopment of the plots. I do not agree with that. Condition 2 is reasonably enforceable in this case, so conflicts with policies S10, Q1, Q2, and relevant Dustin neighbourhood plan policies, and for these reasons I support Councillor Furman's proposal to refuse this application.
Okay, do you wish to summarise?
Thank you, Chair. I'd advise against going down the route if we can't prove it's to be used as an annex, but the other matters are relevant. So the proposal would be to refuse the application contrary to the case officer's recommendation on the grounds that the building, essentially by reason of its height, scale, siting, and massing, would be unduly dominant and give rise to a negative impact on the residential amenity of neighbouring properties. And this would be contrary to policy S10 of the West Northampton Joint Core Strategy, policies Q1 and Q2 of the Northampton Local Plan Part 2. Does that adequately summarise where we are?
Are you happy with that, Scott? Okay.
So that's proposed by Councillor Furman and seconded by Councillor Packer.
Yep.
To you, Chair, for the vote.
Okay, can I see a show of hands in favour for Councillor Furman's proposal? Those against? That's 3, no abstentions. Okay, so that's approved, sorry, refused. Okay, so we now move on to item 11, which is Whittlebury Park Golf and Country Club, High Street, Whittlebury. I'll now hand over to the case officer, Shamal London, to begin the presentation.
Evening all. I'll just keep my presentation fairly brief because I know it's been a very long evening. So the application relates to Whittlebury Park Golf and Country Club. However, I'll refer to it as Whittlebury Park or Whittlebury Park Complex. The application is for outline permission with all matters reserved for the erection of a 2-storey paddle court building. And the proposal comes before the committee tonight because it's a major development, because it would give rise to floor space in excess of 1,000 square meters. So this is an aerial view of the application site, and this is the the blue line and the red outline of the application site. So star basically marks where the proposed development would be. So the paddle court building would be located here, and as you see, it's basically mirrored to the site. As I aforementioned, the scheme proposes the erection of a two-story paddle court building. It's an outline application with all matters reserved. The building would house 4 courts, and those courts would be at ground floor, and there'll be a small viewing area at first floor. In regards to consultees, none of the consultees raised any objections to the proposal. However, they were conditions recommended by Ecology and the LLFA. Okay. And also there were no neighbor objections. So these are proposed floor plans. So I'll appreciate that. Obviously, you probably can't read it. So it just says court 1, court 2, court 3, court 4. This just says open view of the ground floor, and this is the small viewing area at first floor with a small store. And these are proposed elevations. So this is the front, rear, side elevation. And this is a proposed roof plan of the building. While I should make it known that while drawings were submitted, proposed floor plans and elevations, these are indicative because this is outline stage. So it was submitted, so I just brought it for members to see. And these are photos of the application site. So this is the driving range. So the building would be located where I'm currently pointing in this location. So photo 2 is just a different angle. So again, the driving range is here. The building would be located over here. This is just a different angle. So looking directly on, the building would be located here. Sorry, it'll be adjoined to this current in situ building. And this is another angle. So this angle is basically if you're stood in front of what would be proposed 2-story paddle court building, and you're then looking onto this section of the car park. And then this is another angle looking onto where the building would be. So the proposed mass, scale, and bulk would be located here. So these are just different angles from different viewpoints, basically. So in summary, there have been no objection by consultees, and officers are satisfied that a scheme could come forward that would not negatively impact the character and appearance and the neighbouring amenity. And overall, the proposal is acceptable in principle, subject to the addition of conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are any questions from the committee? Yeah, Councillor Ware.
With regard to the restriction for not public use, is the Golf and Country Club not open to public use either? So I can't take my golf clubs, pay a fee and use the area anyway?
Yes, the golf course and the hotel and the spa is currently open to public use. However, when permission came in for those aspects, that was before the current local plan and before the current MPPF. So what I think you're referring to condition 10. Yeah, so condition 10, basically, I'll read it for members. It just says the paddle court building hereby permitted shall be used solely by members of the Witherbury Park, their guests and employees of the site, and shall not be open to use by the general public. The reason: to ensure the development remains ancillary to the existing leisure complex and to avoid intensification of use that would result in unacceptable impacts on the local highway network, parking provision, and the sustainability of the site, in accordance with policies S10 and C2 of the West Northamptonshire Joint Core Strategy and the MPPF. So the reason for the attachment of that condition is to ensure that the building remains ancillary to the complex as a whole. And in essence, should the paddle courts operate in isolation, it would then be deemed unacceptable because it would be in an unsustainable location. So that was the reason for it. We appreciate that there aren't conditions on the use of the golf course and the driving range, but those permissions were granted far before the current policies are in place. So based on the current policies, officers deemed it necessary to attach the condition. You're welcome.
Any further questions from the committee? No. Okay, so we now move to public speaking with Andrew Chester on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you, Chair. And then there was one.
Yes.
I won't keep you too long. Good evening. My name is Andrew Chester of AC Design and Planning. I'm not named as agent for the application, but I support Whittleby Park with planning submissions and have done over the last 5 years. I've been asked to speak on their behalf there this evening, as the senior management team are all currently required on their site. This is because the park operates the largest campsite for the Formula One British Grand Prix at Silverstone and hosting over 20,000 people across the weekend, approximately 5,000 guests that are arriving this evening alone. The time I am permitted to speak will not enable me to cover all of the issues the park would like me to relate, so I'll summarise the key points and endeavour to address any questions members may have. The park welcomes the council's support for the principle of the development and is grateful for the positive recommendation. Paddle courts are needed in the South Northamptonshire area. The proposals accord with the council's active live strategy. In reference to the condition 10 that was just mentioned, while the stated purpose of this condition is to maintain the ancillary nature of the development and to address the potential impacts on highways, parking and sustainability, there's little evidence to demonstrate such impacts would arise. Concerns regarding these matters were not raised by the case officer at any stage during the consultation period, nor were they discussed at a site meeting on the 29th of April, which was also attended by the council's head of development management, Simon Ellis. Mr. Ellis and the case officer both acknowledged at that meeting the proposal represents a positive facility to the district and one that the council should support. The matter of condition 10 was raised for the first time within an email issued by the case officer on the 11th of June, which is a week after the original target determination date. I responded to the officer in detail the following day, setting out why the proposed condition is neither justified nor proportionate as required by paragraph 57 of the MPPF, and therefore should not be imposed. The park has sent 3 emails and left 3 voicemail messages seeking a reply. A response was received 48 hours ago. However, it failed to address the points raised in our correspondence or the evidence submitted, which had not been challenged at any stage during the consultation process. To address the reasons given to justify the proposed condition, firstly, traffic and highway concerns. Crucially, West Northampton Council Local Highway Authority have raised no objection on traffic grounds, and neither has Whittleby Parish Council. Indeed, no third-party consultees have objected on any grounds whatsoever. Access to the park is via the A413 trunk road with a ghost lane right turn within the 30-mile-per-hour village speed limit, providing a safe point of access. The park already accommodates over 400,000 visitors annually, with between 1,000 and 5,000 guests attending on any given day. The fact that up to 5,000 vehicles of all sizes are arriving for the Grand Prix this evening demonstrates clearly there are no inherent traffic constraints. To confirm the parking provisions, the park benefits from over 800 existing formal parking spaces, in addition to substantial overspill capacity, capable of accommodating events and exhibition in excess of 5,000 visitors. The presence of approximately 20,000 guests on site this weekend demonstrates beyond doubt that parking associated with the paddle courts would not present an issue. Regarding the restricted use, the council granted the park consent in 1990 to change its use from agriculture to leisure. Over the past 40 years, the park has developed an extensive range of leisure facilities, none of which have been subject to use restrictions. As such, an unlimited number of visitors can attend the site to use the 36-hole championship golf course, driving range, bays and other golf practice facilities, stay within the 254-bedroom 4-star hotel, use the leisure club swimming pool and gym, visit the UK's largest spa, attend training courses, conferences, exhibitions, events, parties and weddings, and stay in one of 78 luxury apartments currently under construction, or in one of the 48 additional bedroom suites that was approved by WNC last year. Such a reuse restriction as proposed would, for example, prevent local groups such as Whittleby Primary School and other community organisations from using the courts during off-peak periods. Finally, ancillary use. The park generates in excess of £22 million per year for the local economy. And if the courts operated at full capacity, they would generate approximately 300,000 per annum, which equates to just 1.3 of the park's income, demonstrating clearly that the proposal will remain ancillary to the park's established leisure use. Given the above, the park respectfully requests the removal of the condition prior to the decision notice being issued. Thank you for your time at the end of a very long day, and I'll be happy to try and answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Councillor Packer.
Have you been here all night waiting for this?
No,
I do apologise.
The security guard snuck me in about 7 o'clock.
Okay. Which condition, sorry, did you?
It's condition 10.
Condition 10. Yeah.
Any further questions, Councillor Furman? No? Okay. Councillor Ware.
Thank you for explaining your reasoning behind condition 10.
Yeah.
So through you, Chair, may I ask Jamal, could we remove that but still maintain ancillary use?
I mean, I think just to explain a bit, and obviously Whittleby Park has a lot of activities which you would associate with a rural environment, so golf and spa. However, paddles court is more of a universal leisure activity and one that you would expect to accommodate within a more sustainable environment, such as town centre or more sustainable settlement. So therefore, if you looked at a paddle court in isolation and a proposed new paddle court within an open countryside, we would look to refuse because it's not a sustainable location. However, we recognise because of the existing site, the complex and facilities that it offers, that this the paddle courts would be complementary to the use and hence the reason for the condition.
So through you, Chair, is that a no then?
Yes.
Councillor Packer.
Is that a condition that you would place on any future paddle courts in the South Northants area, and would that actually be reasonable?
So there have been recent appeal decisions for paddle courts on business parks in rural areas, and they have put on conditions saying that those paddle courts should only be used and occupied by employees on that site. That was, I can't remember the site, but it was one that we refused because it was an unsustainable location for a paddle court, but the inspector considered that the use of that condition relating to employees only being able to use that facility, that it was acceptable in that location.
Councillor Ware.
So officers, would this apply if these were tennis courts?
Yeah, I think the same principle would apply. Yeah, because again, with tennis courts, it's a leisure activity that you'd perhaps be able to accommodate in a bit more of a sustainable built-up area, really.
Councillor Packer.
When WNC Sports and Leisure and Culture commented that the planning proposal fits with the council's adopted active live strategy, which seeks to encourage residents to be more physically active, did they know that condition 10 was placed on the application?
I mean, they're just looking at it from a well-being and health point of view, whereas obviously we're considering a more wider issues in terms of the sustainable nature of the paddle courts and its location.
Because technically it's not really encouraging residents to be more active if residents aren't.
Well, they can join and sign up as members and then use the facilities.
You died.
Okay, so sorry, Councillor Packer, sorry. To also add to Nathan's to your questions, sorry. When you said were they aware of the conditions? Usually when the consultees make the comments, they're not aware of what conditions we would propose to attach. So yeah, I just thought I'd add that. Thanks.
Councillor Weston.
Just a quick question for you. Is the purpose of the building over the paddle courts to reduce the noise impact, because they are very noisy, which is why
Yeah.
they're normally in remote rural locations.
Exactly right, yeah. They're obviously, consideration was given, quite the fashion at the moment is the sort of glass enclosures around that, but obviously given previous experience we've had on other applications at the park and given the ancient woodland that is fairly close, we decided that an enclosed building, plus as well, protection from the driving range, because people don't like to play paddle with crash helmets on, I think, so.
Councillor Packer?
Thank you, Chair. I would personally argue that saying it's not allowed to be open to the public would be unreasonable condition, personally.
Do you wish to come back on that?
No, I don't think I've got anything else to say. I mean, I think we've obviously heard from ourselves as to why the purpose of that condition, but yeah, members are entitled to consider the relevance of it. And if you want it removed, then that's something that we can consider entirely reasonable for yourselves to do that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Weston. Oh, yeah, Councillor Weston, I'll come to Councillor Ware afterwards, yeah.
Sorry, just to check I've got it right. Did you say that if the paddle courts were completely full, the income from that would amount to, was it like 1.3% of the total?
In terms of the ancillary nature of it compared to the wider park, yes, it is 1.3%.
Perfect, thank you.
Councillor Ware?
I'm mindful that you mentioned primary school groups. One of the things that I would want to avoid, any condition that might exclude somebody on the basis of their age through the Equalities Act. So I would ask, if at all possible, we do take out this restriction, but make sure that the development does remain ancillary, but it takes out can't be used by members of the public, which include school children and children around.
Any further questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, any points you wish to come back on? Okay, so we now move to debates. Who would like to make a start? Councillor Little?
I'd like to echo Councillor Ware's comments. I think if we could see a way of making sure it's still ancillary to the main complex, but removing condition 10 so that it is open to school children to go along and play on it, I think that would be entirely reasonable.
Councillor Weston?
I don't think we necessarily even need conditions if the scale of the rest of the property is such that this paddle court can't be more than 2% of its income. I think by adding condition 10, we're just discriminating against those who can't afford membership and, like Councillor Ware said, schools and other groups. So I completely agree.
Councillor Ware?
So may I make a proposal?
Go for it.
That we remove the use restriction condition 10, make sure that the ancillary use is noted, and then we go with officer's advice to accept this proposal.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Tarburn? Would you like to summarise?
Thank you, Chair. It's proposed by Councillor Ware and seconded by Councillor Tarburn that the application be approved in accordance with the case officer's recommendation, subject to the removal of condition 10, as this was considered onerous by the committee, and the removal is to protect the ancillary use. That adequately summarise the proposal.
Okay, thank you. Can we see a show of hands in favour of Councillor Ware's proposal? Those against? 1. And no abstentions. So that's approved. Okay, finally, on to item 12, which is the urgent business. There are no items of urgent business, and our next meeting is the 6th of August at the Forum Toaster. Usual start time. There will be additional meeting of the committee held on the Thursday, 20th of August at 1 Angel Square. So there's two next month.